Good evening, everyone. It's Thursday, June 25, 2026, 11:45 p.m. A little bit of an unusual time for us here in Champaign, Illinois. You're watching Co-op for Two. You're joining me for a playthrough of something. I've been promising that I'll try to do more live streams, and the best way for me to do that is on short notice with nothing planned. It's the worst for you, but the best for me. So we're compromising. Let's check in with the chat, see how everyone is doing before we get started here. YouTube says 8 viewers. So probably a good chunk of the people who watch this channel watch other board game YouTubers. And I have just come to accept that I'm one of these people I'm like half positive and half negative, but I do a lot of cringe watching. And boy, if one channel has gotten discussed by me more than any other, it's Rob Oren. Rob Oren is like a Tim Heidecker show. He is on an arc. It feels totally fictional to me, but whoever is the mastermind writing the script and acting out the part of Rob Oren is doing an amazing job, because it's completely convincing, it's completely unhinged, and I can't wait to see how the arc develops. He is totally out of control. All right. Kate says it's 2:30 a.m. here. Can't guarantee I'll stay awake. Jonathan Warner says, I did start Widow's Bay. I also watched the first episode of Sugar Season 2. It feels like they threw a storyline they set up the Season 1 right out the window. I think that happens a lot with Season 2s. I'm up to episode 6 of Widow's Bay, and I am loving it. I am loving the combination of horror and comedy. It's the combination of horror comedy that I normally don't get. Normally you get sort of slapstick comedy trying to throw in with the horror, or like over-the-top gore is supposed to be funny. That doesn't work for me. This is like The Office humor side by side with completely serious horror. Exactly what my ideal situation is. Okay. I've got my coffee. So today we're going to choose a game as a group and play it. Jonathan says he doesn't know how long he'll be here. That's how most of these go. Most of you will drop out before they finish, but that's okay. It's nice to have company when we start. So I've picked out some games for you to choose from. The first three, I probably shouldn't pick so many, but I should probably give you like 3 each time. Okay, the first 3 you have to choose from are 3 small box games. 2 in series that we've played before. We've played Cartaventura Lhasa. This is more like a choose your own adventure game. Actually, both of these could be called choose your own adventure games. And both in a continuing series. Cartaventura is actually an odd duck because there's a whole bunch of these. Most of them show no sign of being translated into English, but Lhasa was, which I really liked, and Vinland, which is sort of Vikings, has been translated into English, and maybe one more. Choose your own adventures, but tiles lay out a map. And here we go, 60 minutes, complexity 2, adventure off the charts. Okay, we liked Lhasa quite a bit. The next one is Fate Flip by Royal Decree. Now this is a follow-up to Fate Flip Washed Ashore, which was a Robinson Crusoe desert island choose your own adventure game. And these are all sort of deluxe choose your own adventure games in that they try to work with objects and interesting things. Fate Flip had a really interesting thing where each card is double-sided and split in half. And depending on what option you choose, you might flip a card on the short end or the long end and then send it to the back of your deck while you're where you will encounter it again. It's this super clever mechanic that we've seen in a couple of board games. Robinson Crusoe, the board game by Portal, also used something like this where a card gets put into the bottom of the deck and then it comes back up as sort of an evolved form. So you get wounded, you put it at the bottom of the deck, when it comes back around, it's infected, stuff like that. Very cool thing. So here we have 2 short choose your own adventure games. That's one thing we could play today, take a couple of hours. Here I have a small box escape room puzzle game. This is one of the few series that we haven't played on this channel, Deckscape. I don't think we've played it. We keep threatening to play it, but we never do. So this would be more of a pure puzzle game. Can't say it's the best one of this set, but I do like this Forgotten Lost City theme. So here's another option for us. Okay, those are 3 small games. Should we do this like a tournament? Like if we play a small game, is that the way we should do it? Maybe that's too much voting. All right, so keep those in the back of your mind. Then we have we've got 2 cold case proper well-known companies. We've got 2 more Hunt to Killers standalone. These are the 2 that we haven't played so far. Lakeside Slaughter and The Final Act. One is like a horror murder in a teenage cabin camp counselor type setting, and the other one is a talent show. Do we have different difficulties here? These are part of Hunt to Killer's new rebirth after having been bought out. So this one is rated at medium difficulty. This one doesn't say on the front, but on the back, boy, that's a weird decision. On the back, it does say medium. Everything we've seen so far, no internet. Probably the Hunt to Killers also have no internet, although they've been flirting with putting a little more internet into these small boxes. But if you feel like a classic cold case, we've got those. And then we've got the last Think Fun cold case game, Pinch of Murder, which is sort of set in a cooking chef, killed chef situation. These tend to be a little more low budget, a little more less involved, less evidence, but the last 1 or 2 we've played have been pretty good. And if we're looking for something short, that would be a reasonable one. Now, the ground rules for this is that if there's someone in the channel who wants to join for the stream, who's played one of these, then they will veto that so that they can still be in the running. When I ask you to vote, if you're not going to be here for long, don't vote. Okay, now I have 3 more games for you to choose from. Here we have another. I guess we should have put this in with the Hunt a Killer and Think Fun Cold Case, because here we have another of the companies that bangs these out once a month, and this is Unsolved Case Files. This one's a little different in that it's formatted in this larger box, claims to have 50 items. Not on the front it doesn't, but on the back it does. 30 photographs, 50 items. I believe, and this is one that uses a little bit of internet, I believe that this game was offered exclusively through Target. I think that suggests it's not going to be that good. Like they've decided, well, if we're going to make an exclusive, we'll just send them our bad case, but marketed well. Like that's what happens. You get the more marketing, more effort put into the box, more effort to make it look big and exciting, and less effort into the actual quality when you open it. That's just a guess. And then I have 2 slightly more unusual things for you to choose from if you're feeling daring today. The first one is Shadows in the Gallery. This is a game by the same people that make Cozy Killer. Those are the giant, normal, super expensive games. This is a much smaller standalone game that they kickstarted recently. I'm not sure why it's taken us so long to play it. It's a World War II game, very similar, it feels like, in theme to The Hidden Listener, which was the big 12-part Cozy Killer that we played over the course of many weeks in the past. This one is advertised at 2 to 4 hours. That could take us quite a while, but there you have it. It's packed in a box that's sort of like a Deadbolt Mystery Society box. Feels like a similar amount of content. And then the last thing you have to choose from is a package from Croatia. I don't remember exactly how I got this, but basically it's 2 games by this person, Jelena Rekovic. Murder on Canvas and Requiem for a Double, packed in envelopes. I guess probably if you had ordered only one, you would get this if you lived in Croatia, but with airmail from Croatia, you can order 2. I don't really remember the details of ordering this. I know I did order it myself. I don't remember what it costs. I think this is one of these, very few people on the planet have played it. So if you want an experiment and want to see what something different looks like, we could play one of these. No expectations. So there you have it. Those are your choices. So let's let the voting begin. One vote. The shortest one would probably be one of these 2. Shortest one would be one of those 2. Longest one, probably this one. or one of the hunter killers, or one of these, or these. We don't know, have no idea how long these will take. All right, we've got 2 votes for hunter killer, 1 vote for shadows in the gallery. Are there any that have already been played by someone who wants to join and thus should be eliminated? Sounds like Noah has already played this one, and since there are no votes for it, why don't we take this one off the table? Two votes for Shadows in the Gallery, a half vote for Croatia, 2 votes for Hunter Killer, 1 vote for Hunter Killer, Slaughter Lake, or Deck Flip. First of all, it's called Fate Flip, not Deck Flip. All right, I'll take off the ones that are clearly not getting votes. We can get rid of that. We can get rid of that. Shadows in the Gallery, 1 for Croatia. I guess I'm getting rid of things that only have 1 vote, too. There goes our Croatian game. Catherine's watching while waiting to board a plane. I guess you're outside of the US. I think so far in the lead is going to be Hunter Killer Lakeside Slaughter with 3 votes, 3 implied votes. Catherine says, in California, heading for Japan. Oh, I was just in Japan earlier this year. I quite liked it. No more votes? Is that it? 5 people are voting? That's it? Okay. Let's do it. This is a crowd that wants their standbys. Dunsel has chimed in with the final act. All right, well, that is a Hunter Killer vote, even though it's not Lakeside Slaughter. So let's just consider, by the way, if you want to vote, you got to type vote and then what you want to vote for. But it's all over. It's all over. The vote has been closed. And we are going to play Hunter Killer Lakeside Slaughter, The Last Vacation. It's been decided. Okay. 90 to 120 minutes. That's reasonable for us. That could take us 3 times as long. So we could be looking at 4 or 5 hours, a late night if so. Let's take a look at what we're working with here. Security systems analyst Ryan Bosley and his wife Monica book a vacation rental home by a lake to relax and reconnect for a month. But after the couple gets into an argument at a neighbor's cookout, Monica finds herself alone in their dark and empty rental house. When Ryan sees Monica again, she's in a pool of her own blood, dead. The police suspect Ryan, but he believes another guest at the cookout is the killer. Okay, so I said it was a cabin, teenage murder, Friday the 13th, whatever, but I was wrong. However, it is a murder game. Okay, it's the standard hunter-killer stuff. A little locked box, a solution done usually pretty badly. Medium difficulty. What is the date on this one? 2025. So this is a very recent hunter-killer. Now we are going to confirm whether hunter-killer is on a good trajectory or a bad trajectory. Advertisement. Instructions. Solution, which we put aside till we're ready. Our welcome letter and some other stuff. Okay, let's take a look at what their recent instructions look like. All right, we've seen this iteration of their instructions before. Read the letter, look through all the evidence, identify the suspects, and now we're going to need, this is very typical of what they've been doing lately, which I'm not happy about. So you do need to go to the internet to get access, but then when we do the solution, it's an open the envelope and it's all over, read it on paper. Very weird choice. And then here's their emphasis that it's going to be a set of suspects, find who has the means, motive, and opportunity. When we think we know it, we just open the envelope. Summary of inventory in case something's missing. Hints and accessibility for anything we're supposed to listen to or watch. If you're stuck, try reading Ryan's letter again. If you still need a hint, go into the hints. Okay, we do have an author, Adam Mueller. Now, that is a name that's a little bit familiar to us. I feel like he might have written other hunter-killer games that we've played because that name sounds familiar to me. All right, let's read our welcome letter here. Loon landing at Vulpine Lake. A little duck. Dear Detective, my name is Ryan Bosley. I know I'm just one person in billions, but I need your help. My wife, Monica, was murdered, and because I'm the husband, the police suspect that I killed her. Of course, I didn't. She was my Momo, and I was her Rhino. But the police interrogated me, shoved a photo of the crime scene in my face. I told them the truth, but it didn't matter. And I don't think they're really doing all they can to find the guy who did it. Now I'm under police surveillance in a motel while the real killer is walking around free. I need someone to make things right, and that's you. Monica and I were staying at a house in an affluent waterside neighborhood on Vulpine Lake when she was killed. Our home away host, Wanda, gave me a really good deal on the place. The reason we were there was because I work for Phylax Security, and I was trying to get some new customers, and Monica wanted to get away and reconnect with me. In hindsight, I should have told her this was a work trip for me before we arrived. The plan was to stay for a month. Then in the third week, our overbearing host insisted that we socialize at a cookout hosted by our neighbors, the Renstats. We thought it would be simpler to just go, so we did. Monica had taken a liking to Riley Renstat anyway. She said she was nice. She didn't like Riley's husband, Zachary, but I thought he was fine. The other guests were a mixed bag. Justin, who was there because he lives on the other side of our vacation home, was interested in security for a new development of his, which would have been a huge account for me. He was a little creepy, I'll admit, I found photos of our rental on his desk when I met with him for a pitch. PJ, Wanda's property manager, was also at the cookout. He was a little grumpy, but that's usual for him. And I can't forget Usman. He was there. He lives on his boat and rides around cleaning most of the houses along the waterfront. He brought fireworks and started setting them off from the lake as the party was winding down. As we left the party, Monica and I were in a fight. She got the wrong impression about me and Riley. I was just trying to be comforting, and that's what people do, right? She thought there was more to it, so we argued until I went out on the pier to be alone. When I came back inside, I found Monica's body. She was in a pool of blood. I called the police. Any one of the people in this little lake community could be Monica's killer. I know the police questioned all of them, so I took the liberty of hacking into the police database to see what they said. You can see for yourself. Before she passed, when we first arrived at our rental, Monica gave me a locked time capsule. She said that it was a gift, something special for me and a place where we can keep our memories. But instead, she started putting things in there that made her feel uncomfortable. I guess it was some sort of record in case something bad happened. I didn't really pay much attention to what she was saying. I thought everyone was fine, if not great, and the house was an incredible deal. I wish I had listened. I'm sorry to admit I can't figure out the lock, but maybe you can. If there's something in there that made her feel uneasy, maybe it can offer some insight as to why she died. Can you imagine someone gets brutally murdered and there's a tiny little padlock and the husband's like, I can't get in. Oh, well. And the police are like, it's locked. What do you want us to do? Just cut it. Okay, here's his last statement. When I first met Monica, she introduced me to her favorite band, the Decemberists. We sat up all night listening. Ever since then, I wanted to do something spectacular for her. I don't think I ever did. Maybe with your help, I can at least do this. Please help, Ryan Bosley. P.S. I set up some demo cameras in our rental home. You can check out the photos they took. Go to fileaxsecurity.com Loon Landing and use password unplug. Unfortunately, I didn't catch the killer, but maybe you can find some detail that could help. Okay, that's cool. We're going to have some security cameras to study. So, intro letter with a bunch of suspects and a weird setup. Like, it's a little suspicious. They got some great deal. They had to hang out with these people. Some jealousy. Moon Landing and Vulpine Lake. All right, let's take a look at the rest of the materials before we start going online. We've got a little framed photo. They're like at a Airbnb. So this was on the table for the rental house. House rules. Don't wine, do wine. Take a moment by the lake. No parties unless I'm invited. Please don't steal from my collections. And then it's got the login to the Wi-Fi password. And let's see. Looks like we could slide it out. No reason to do so, though. Unless you wanted to repurpose this for your own use. Okay. Here is the welcome sheet to the rental property. Hello and welcome to my home. Not really my home, I don't live here, but you do. And that's what I hope, for you to think of Loon Landing as your home while you're here. Please enjoy your stay and relax. It's what I would do. Sincerely, Wanda Quinn. There's plenty to see around the lake. Sightseeing, relaxing, swimming, lounging, bird watching, fishing, and kayaking. This has the feel of the puzzles, right? Like figuring out what thing. Okay. So events happening while you're here. Monday, check-in, welcome home, get settled, relax. Tuesday, complimentary breakfast delivered by me to you. This woman wants to be very involved with her guest's life. Should be rainy, great day for a good book. Thursday, the Vulpine Lake Plein Air Festival. Friday, local art museum hosting a grand opening on a new exhibit, Portraits of a Lake, featuring artists from around the state. Saturday, it's the annual mountain moral hunt. Mushrooms. I go every year. They're very welcoming to first-timers. Sunday, Hullabaloo is a local bluegrass band playing at the Foxtrot Vineyard just down the highway. Okay, more events on week 2. They were going to stay a month, remember. Monday, Usman's going to rent some skis, take people water skiing. Tuesday, I'm taking a pottery class. You're more than welcome to join. Wednesday, farmers market. Thursday, Celtic concert on the lake. They take a barge out and these Celtic singers and dancers perform. Can't miss. Cow pie bingo on Friday at McCarty's farm. All-day event. Bring your own beer. Saturday, Harville, the small town across the lake, has their annual cardboard boat race. You can watch from the porch with binoculars in the cupboard. Shakespeare by the Lake on Sunday. The Vulpine Lake Shakespeare Company will perform As You Like It. Week 3, Monday, trivia night at the Foxtrot Vineyard. Tuesday, open mic at the Purple Heron. Wednesday, farmers market. Thursday, the Harville Heritage Parade and Flea Market. Go for the parade, but don't forget to check out the antique shops. Friday, the Renstedts are hosting a neighborhood cookout. So this must be what they got guilted to go on when they died. Week 3, Friday. The Renstedts are hosting a neighborhood cookout. Usman will set off fireworks from his boat at 10 p.m. Hullabaloo on Saturday at McCarty's. Sunday, Lakeside Living magazine will be interviewing the Renstedts for an online article. And then week 4 should be irrelevant for us. This is all after they were killed. She was killed, but Monday, Foxtrot Vineyard monthly tour, call ahead, wing night at the Clever Barnacle. Wednesday is the farmers market. Friday is dollar beer night at the Purple Heron. Sorry, that's Thursday. Friday is I'll be hosting my monthly book club. I'm reading Blue House. There's a copy on the shelf in the living room. Saturday, checkout. Sad to see you go. Don't forget to rate and review your stay. Recommend Loon Landing to your friends and family. I've updated the code to the door so only you and I know what it is. I'll have communicated it to you by now, or you're probably not reading this. Local restaurants, the Clever Barnacle, must time for first visitors. Try the Caesar salad. Purple Heron's good for beers and music. The DeSoto is an upscale restaurant, great for a date night. And the Lakeside Licks has some of the most delicious homemade ice cream. My go-to flavor is avocado custard. We've got a business card for PJ Santos with a phone number. If you ever decide to list your home as a vacation rental, I can help. Okay. We're told who these people are. PJ was Wanda's property manager, also at the cookout. So we have some handwriting from PJ if we need it. We'll just scan these items and then we'll take a break. Lakeside Cleaners, expedient service on the open water. No job is too big or too small. This is Usman, floor vacuuming, scrubbing, furniture dusting. So this is the guy who cleans the houses, travels by boat, and set off fireworks. And we've got his handwriting. Hello, Ryan and Monica. Welcome to Loon Landing. I trust you'll find everything clean and perfect. There's nothing I can do about the unfinished construction, I'm afraid. I'll be checking in to see if you need anything. And welcome to the lake. Relax and welcome to the lake. Justin Spelling, the first and last name in luxury premium resort development. This is the guy that he wanted to sell security there, right? He was interested in security for a new development. Okay, let's take a look at what's going on with Justin. He's building the Spelling Manor Hotel, a new trendy classic hotel for people who want to get away and relax in style. 517 rooms. Wow, that's big. Justin has over 15 years of experience in real estate, knows what people want in a building. He's leveraging his experience and knowledge through his skill set to develop a hotel guests will fawn over for years after they visit. After the logistics of the building and staffing are completed, his first order of business will be to develop a fair and intuitive waitlist process. Okay, and then I got a little bit about the facility, all the comforts of the highest quality sleep amenities, high thread count Egyptian cotton sheets, luxury foam mattresses, restaurant with the best chefs around the country, impeccable service. Resort will open to the natural beauty of the lake itself, where the guests will lounge and enjoy cocktail service. And here is the location of Lake Lupine. And here is where this hotel is going to be, occupy a huge area of lakefront. The hotel and resort will sit on the pristine shore of Vulpine Lake in gorgeous Calverton County, Maryland. So this is the apology for construction. It's probably Justin's construction of this giant hotel. He's brought in one of the top contractors. He's in the process of acquiring the land. I think that's something he should have gotten nailed down by now before he starts making brochures. Invest in Spelling Manor Hotel today. Now's your chance to get in on the ground floor of something amazing. A brand new resort hotel in touch with its natural surroundings that caters to everything a guest could want. Justin has already raised $1.5 million and forecasts 152 Rev Par. I don't know what that means. Invest now before it's too late. Okay, so this isn't a brochure to stay at the hotel. This is a brochure to invest in his planned hotel that they're already somehow doing construction on, even though he doesn't have the permits yet. All right. Here is our locked box. 3-digit code. Some physical items in there. Looks like we've got a bunch of photos. What are they photos of? Took these from Justin's desk. That's our room. Oh, this is the thing about how someone has found Justin, the investor property builder, has taken a photo of the vacation rental home. I guess their vacation home is undergoing some construction also. A little hard to make out what this one is. What is that? Is that a person? Or a bed? These are trees, surely. I wonder if this is someone taking a photo through a window, so you're seeing half what's inside the room, which is a bed, and half what's reflected by the window, the sky. This looks like a person of some sort, but I don't really understand it. So Ryan, our client, found these photos of their rental home, but they're photos of the construction area of the rental home, not of Ryan and his wife. All right. Quite a bit more evidence still to come. What's this? Dear Rhino. Okay, so this is from the wife that was killed. What was her name? Monica. So she called him Rhino. Time to reconnect, time to enjoy. A time capsule made for us to employ. Let's make memories and unlock us here at a lake without any fuss. To open the capsule, you'll need to solve 3 riddles I made, each about love. 1. So this is the 3 digits of this code. 1 is begin with a song from the first moment to the back of this one. 2, next, remember that time in the woods, our first hike together, empty of shoulds. We both felt free. I said you smelled good, you wore your best tea. Remember the time. So that feels like we don't have it here. We're going to have to find out the date when this happened. Finally, but not least, these last few years, a drop in the lake of our love. Let's make the next year count, one more than what we've got already. So this feels like how many years they've been married plus 1. Something like that. Okay, instructions for calculating the code, but not self-contained. And then what's on the back here? Songs for the Lake. The Lakes by Taylor Swift. Going Up the Country by Canned Heat. I know that one. I don't know this one. That's going to be a song from the 60s or 70s. Possum Kingdom, The Toadies, don't know it. First Day of My Life, Bright Eyes, don't know it. Around the Lake, Fools and Horses, don't know it. Lake Song, The Decemberists, don't know it. Shallow, Lady Gaga and Bradley Cooper. That's surely from a movie with the two of them. I know who that is, but I don't know that song. Southbound Pachyhedron by Primus. Don't know it. Crazy by Aerosmith. Know Aerosmith quite well. That sounds like a new song, though, that I don't know. Brown Eyed Girl by Van Morrison. I know that one. So are these answers related to this one? Begin with the song from the first moment to the back of this one. Probably a song's going to get mentioned, and when we find it here, it'll be that number. I wonder if we should take our early break to give people time to stop watching. Remember that these games can only be played once. If you think you'd rather play this with your own group, you could stop watching now, buy it probably about $20, maybe $20 to $30. And you could come back and watch this video after your group finishes it and see how you do compared to us. For those of you who are going to continue playing with me, I'll see you in 8 minutes. Okay, we're back. Jonathan was just pointing out that the Decemberist came up previously. So maybe that's just the answer to that part. We'll come back to that. I did notice that there's a phone number here. And there's one more thing in the box, which is this little key ring thing for Loon Landing, which also has a phone number, and it's also a 410 phone number. So I do wonder if we aren't going to be making some 2 a.m. calls here, and hope that these numbers are not someone's home phone number. All right, let's go through the rest of our documents here. We've got mostly police reports. So let's take a look at the non-police reports before we start digging into the police reports. So here is the booking for our client and his wife. A home away, Ryan Bosley, that's his profile. Here is the house that they rented. Pretty nice looking house. 2 guests, 30 days, confirmation code, no refunds. Self-check-in with code, $2,200 for 30 days at a lake. That's probably not too bad. Here is their host, Wanda Quinn. Here she is messaging Ryan, calling him Brian. Hello, Brian. I'm excited to have you stay at Loon Landing. Please let me know if you need anything. It's Ryan, but thank you. We're very excited. What's the code for the door? Wanda says 9990. She says 9990, but then in this, she says, I updated the door to code so only you and I know what it is. I'll have communicated it to you by now, or you're probably not reading it. So maybe this is the code, or it's been changed. It's kind of weird. Like, what if they're going to, game is going to give it the code here? Why are they mentioning this here? I don't know. Here's an article, printout from a web article about the Renstats who were throwing the dinner party. Lovebirds on the lake. When a childhood retreat becomes a dream home. So here is Zachary and Riley Renstat. Married with wedding ring. Actually, he's got 2 wedding rings and she has none. I guess one of those isn't a wedding ring. Whatever. We can't see her. Yeah, we do. Okay. Bullpine Lake sits nestled in the mountains of western Maryland, away from the concerns of cities like Baltimore. I'm so used to seeing AI art these days in these games that when we see a photo that looks like it might not be AI art, it's like, is it real? Looks real enough. Okay, mountains of western Maryland, far away from the concerns of cities like Baltimore, Pittsburgh, or Washington, D.C., all of which are over an hour away from this idyllic retreat. While the lake gets its name from the population of foxes that call it home, 2 lovebirds have lived here for years. Zachary and Riley Renstat moved to Vulpine Lake when they got married almost 5 years ago. Riley had inherited the house from her aunt, who passed away from complications due to diabetes. But bitter end soon turned to a sweet beginning as Zachary and Riley soon got married and then permanently moved into the Lakeside house. "It's been such a blessing," said Riley. The house itself is 4 bedrooms with 2.5 baths. The old guest room where Riley would stay when she visited her aunt as a kid has been kept the same as she remembers. "It's just such a special room and the perfect spot for me to take time and journal with a cup of tea," she said. Cat has got her toy in her mouth. The front door opens into a small foyer, which opens directly into the living room. Windows on all the walls provide ample natural light during the day, and recessed lighting supplements the lamps around the house for cozy evening vibes. Is this an article by a company that just cares about houses? Like, why are we getting so many details like a real estate ad? The dining room's large enough to accommodate a buffet and a table that comfortably seats 8. From there, the kitchen's state of the art. "That was the first thing we redid," Riley said. "Zachary loves cooking, but Aunt Deb was not much of a chef. I remember most meals in that old kitchen were spaghetti and meatballs or chicken soup. Sometimes both. Every now and then we'd make the drive to town to get a slice of pizza. She let me sit in the front seat when I was little, which my parents never did. I got pizza sauce everywhere on the way back." Here is the article continuing with a photo of the fireplace with matching seating. Creates a cozy reading space any time of the year. A door leads from the kitchen to the side yard, containing a small vegetable garden and herb gardens. The back of the house is a larger family room where the couple spends most of their time. A fireplace in the center of the north wall, flanked by matching seating, keeps it warm in colder months. And rear French doors open to a screened-in porch for those summer breezes. The basement's fully furnished and completely open, with designed areas for billiards, lounging, and laundry. Exercise equipment in the corner is optimistic, according to Zachary. Okay, we've got some clothing here. Upstairs, the 4 bedrooms break up the space. While they wait to start a family, the front bedroom serves as Zachary's office when he can work from home. Because we live so far from everything, it's great that I have my own domain where I can get things done," he said. The master bedroom sits above the family room and taps into the chimney to also include a fireplace for extra romantic evenings. Soft, cozy golds frame a California-style bed, while antique dressers add a classy, traditional flair to an otherwise rustic home. This looks like the California king bed. That's the master bedroom, as seen from the fireplace, and it's above this fireplace. Feels like maybe it's giving us some spatial details that may be relevant. Here's the ensuite bathroom, meaning it's attached to the bedroom, with his and her sinks and heated tile floors for added luxury. Okay, that's a pretty fancy bathroom. What have we got here? Is this some AI art? Like, what's this? Why are there 2 handles? Why are there 2 sets of handles on each door? This is the new metagame for people playing games these days. Like, where is the proof of the AI art? Like, what's wrong? This sounds pretty good. I don't see much sign of AI art, but that's a little weird there. Yeah, the AI art is getting so good. Okay, so that's a little profile, real estate heavy, on our Renstadts. And then here's Wanda sending them a letter trying to ingratiate herself into her guest's life. So she probably left this on their bed in a creepy fashion. Dear Monica and Brian, I appreciate, so she's still calling him Brian. I appreciate the opportunity to be your host, and I want to be the best you've ever stayed with. In an effort to be that host, I want you to know that I hear your concerns about the exposed wiring, loose oak paneling, and unfinished rooms. When Brian and I agreed to the terms of your stay, I didn't hide anything about the status of the house, so I hope you can understand my confusion when Monica continues to submit complaints and threaten my rental license and my reputation with my neighbors. My building manager, PJ, is in the middle of renovating this house, and that's why you're seeing the construction. It's also why you were given such a discounted rate. You're benefiting quite a bit from my willingness to open my house to you for so little in return. I only ask you stop calling me to complain about every detail out of place. I hope this also helps you to understand that there is no reason to submit a complaint to a Home Away corporate managers or leave a negative review. I wouldn't want to mess with karma if I were in your shoes. All the best. Happy days, Wanda. So we now have a motive for Wanda, the host who's renting this house, because the wife here, Monica, is sending negative reviews to this woman who's a little unhinged about her standing on the Home Away site. All right, let's take a look at the scene of the crime, the dead body. Here is Monica. Looks like she's been hit in the head. Well, that's pretty brutal. Looks like she's got a wound on her forehead and she's in a pool of blood. What are we seeing here? Looks like blood spatter on the wall. What would be that? What would that be the blood spatter of? That's like you hit the person and you pull back the fire, the metal poker from the fireplace. You pull back and that creates a splatter. Looks pretty low to the ground, like you were hitting someone while they were already down, or... And here we have a very recognizable object, but we don't really have photos of the house they're staying at just here. Okay, and then we have the bulk of the remainder of our evidence are witness statements, but before that we have the autopsy. So let's go through the autopsy together. Calverton County Office of the Medical Examiner, Calverton MD, Alice Norwich is the Chief Medical Examiner, Dennis Faust is the assistant. Name of decedent, Monica Bosley. Estimated date and time of death, Friday, 11:15 p.m. Female, 29 years old. Autopsy being performed the next morning. Cause of death. From the anatomic findings and pertinent medical history, I ascribe the death to A, acute subdural hematoma, due to or as a consequence of blunt force trauma to left temporal bone. Left temporal bone. Skull fracture on left temporal bone. Okay. Anatomic diagnosis. Evidence of hematoma, expansion, putting pressure on the brain. In other words, swelling, blood, bruise, swelled, and put pressure on the brain. Fracture to the left side of the head at the point of injury. So that would be the part of her head that we can't see because it's on the ground in a pool of blood. Minor fracture on the right frontal bone with cut above the eyebrow. That's this little cut we can see right there. Interesting to think about how she got that. Toxicology is positive for ethanol in postmortem peripheral blood. That just probably means she was drinking that night. But we can look that up. It's going to tell us. Oh, and here's detailed toxicology. So ethanol, 11.1 milligrams per deciliter taken from a femoral artery. Blood alcohol, 0.011. Again, drawn from an artery. Femoral artery, I'm not I don't really know what that means, but point is they extracted it from her to test it. Other than as noted above, examination of the specimen submitted did not reveal any positive findings of toxicological significance. In other words, she was just drinking because they were having at that dinner. Nothing surprising about that. 0.11, how drunk does that make you? I don't think 0.11 is that bad. An autopsy on the body of Monica Bosley was performed at the office of the Calverton County Medical Examiner beginning at 8:30 hours on Saturday, whatever, by Alice, and Dennis is assisting. The body is that of a well-developed, well-nourished young adult white female who appears to be the stated age of 29 years old, body length 66 inches, body weight 137 pounds. Body is presented in a black body bag. Opening the body bag, the body is dressed in a sweater, tank top, and sweatpants. White sneakers on the feet. Sweater has blood stains around the collar from soaking in the blood that pooled on the floor. Left side of the face is covered in dry blood. That's the side that was on the ground. 3 centimeter cut above the right eyebrow appears to be the point of origination. What does that mean? Are they saying the pool of blood is from a right eyebrow cut? No, surely not. It's a pretty small cut. Identification. The husband is of the deceased. Confirm the identity. The body is received in a black body bag. Pockets on the sweatpants are empty. Body has 2 rings on the left ring finger and a fitness tracking watch on the left wrist. That would be interesting. That would give us maybe some specific information about when she was walking, maybe even GPS information, but at least a very specific time when she fell down. No other personal effects. Okay, here's internal examination. Head, central nervous system, brain weighs 1,300 grams within normal limits. Moderate fracture on the left temporal bone. A minor fracture on the right side of the frontal bone. So side of the head, I guess, and above eyebrow on the right side. Skeletal system's unremarkable within normal limits. Respiratory oral cavity shows no lesions. Mucus is intact. There are no injuries to the lips, teeth, or gums. No obstruction of the airway. The lungs weigh 500 and 400. Lungs are unremarkable. Cardiovascular, heart is 268 grams, normal size and configuration. Gastrointestinal, the mucosa and wall of the esophagus are intact, gray pink without lesions or injuries. Gastric mucosa is intact and pink with no injury. The stomach, no stomach contents are found. So she wasn't eating anything at this dinner. The mucosa of the duodenum, jejunum, Ileum, colon, and rectum are intact with no injury. This is a very thorough autopsy. Kidneys weigh 113 and 110. Kidneys are anatomic in size, locations, and are without lesions. Urinary bladder contains 17 milliliters of pale yellow urine. All right. Doesn't seem very helpful. Maybe that tells us how long ago she went to the bathroom. Female genital system structures are within normal limits. Examination of the pelvic area indicates the deceased had no remarkable traits. Toxicology, we saw they submitted it for a report. Opinion. This 29-year-old female, Monica Bosley, died as a result of an impact to the left side of the head. The impact to the front right of the head occurred around the same time, but was not the primary cause of death. It is likely that the initial blow to the head was sufficient to cause death. No evidence of significant natural disease process was present. Toxicological testing was positive for ethanol and postmortem peripheral blood, but the amount would not have presented significant impairment to motor function. So drinking, but not so much that she wouldn't be able to walk around normally. The deceased was hit with significant force multiple times in the head, suggesting they were a battery victim. With the information available to me at this time, manner of death is, in my opinion, a homicide. So multiple times with force. The real mystery is that small cut above her right eye. Most of the other damage is fractured skull on her left side. Any observations from the group so far? Not yet. So we've got this blood spatter and we've got this weird cut on her eye, above her eye, which we don't know what it means. Could she have fallen and hit her head on one of these corners, I wonder? Like you hit on the left. Not really. No, I guess if you fell, hit your above your eye on this corner and then fell off. There's her exercise watch. All right, and now we have a whole bunch of witness statements that we're going to go through. All right, what have we got here? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and let's not forget internet stuff. Do we want to do the internet stuff before we go through these, or do we want to, maybe we'll break these up. Maybe we'll do a couple interview statements and then we'll go check out the website. First interview is with the husband, Ryan Bosley, age 30, a security consultant. This statement is true to the best of my knowledge and belief, and I make it knowing that if it is tendered as evidence, I shall be liable to prosecution if I have willfully stated anything in which I know to be false or do not believe to be true. Transcribed from audio. You don't think we're going to get these? All right, let's just read one and then we'll go to the web. I just want to make sure we don't have the option to hear these audio. State your name, please, for the record. Ryan Bosley. Look at this. How long have you and Monica been together? Oh, God. We dated. He's shown her this. He's saying, like, look at this. That's Monica, right? He's like, oh, my God. Yes, that's my wife. Oh, God. We dated for 3 years, and we've been married for 3. This would have been our 3rd anniversary. That's relevant to one of our clues, right? So, Ryan, what happened? I don't know. You were staying with your wife, yes? I was, but I wasn't there when it happened. I was outside. I was outside on the pier watching fireworks. I came in, and she was dead. Just blood everywhere. Someone came into the house while she was alone and killed her. All right, take me through your time here. Start at the beginning. Well, things were going pretty well when we first got here, but then everything went downhill. Were you two fighting? I guess she got upset that I made this a work trip, but it was such a good opportunity. I couldn't waste it. It could have been huge for us, and she didn't think the place we were staying was all that great. But I got such a good deal on it, and she said all she wanted to do was unplug and reconnect, so why do you need a fancy place to do that? Sounds like you feel a little unappreciated, a little resentful, maybe. I'm starting to think she was right. There was unfinished construction in the house. I was busy. There were a lot of distractions. Distracted with what? I heard you put security cameras in the house. I did, yeah. It's part of the work. I was trying to convince our host to make a purchase. You didn't happen to set up a camera in the room where your wife was murdered, did you? That would be very helpful. No, not that night anyway. Is that because you knew what would happen? What? No, of course not. I only had a couple of cameras, so I kept moving them around so I could give Wanda a better picture of her house. I see. So you didn't take away the cameras to kill your wife? No, absolutely not. Uh-huh. So what about the cookout? You two got into an argument? Well, she wasn't around when Riley came over to me and started talking about how tired and run down she felt. She seemed exhausted, so I gave her a hug. If Monica was with me, she probably would have done the same thing, but she was paranoid the whole trip. About what? She thought she saw someone slinking around the outside of the house. She thought there were secret doors or rooms in the house. She thought someone was sneaking into the house and leaving creepy notes for her. She thought Zachary was up to something. That's the husband of this other woman, Riley. What did you think he was up to? I don't know. I didn't really pay attention to it. I wish I had listened, but I was just so caught up. Before we went to the cookout, she said she was going to get something to prove it to me. But I don't know if she found anything or not. And what about those notes? Do you have them? No, I don't. Did you write them? What? No. So you weren't gaslighting your wife? No, never. Look, I don't know what you think. Statistically, in these situations, it's most likely the husband, but I didn't do it. And I'll admit I wasn't perfect. I'm not. But I would never do anything to hurt Monica. Okay, remind me about your relationship to Mrs. Renstadt. Well, Riley's a very kind person, and Monica and I were in a rut. And I think she thought I was interested in Riley. Well, are you? No. She's attractive, sure, but I love my wife. But Monica suspected you'd cheat on her. I don't know. Maybe. But that doesn't mean that I did or that I would. Well, other than your fight, did anything else happen that was unusual at the cookout? No. Well, what about when you got back to your rental? We fought a little longer. And then I had to walk outside. It was just too much. So I went out and sat on the bench at the end of the pier and watched Usman's fireworks for a while. And I just thought. When I felt like I was ready, I walked back in, and that's when I saw her. Oh, God, she was... Oh, it's okay. What did you do when you found her? I panicked. Then I called the police. Then I sat next to her until the cops came. And you can't remember anything about anyone that might have been upset with your wife, mad at her for something she did or said? No. No one would have been mad at her. What about the guy she saw around the house? Are you going to look into that? That seems important. And if there's some creepy stalker out there, we'll look into it. Thank you. That's what I wanted to hear. Is there anything else you want to say while you're here? Well, just, I don't know. Just find whoever did this. All right, we will. Thank you, Ryan. We've secured a room for you at the motel when you're ready. And then we have a signature of Ryan. And there's our detective, who I guess is Elise Principato. Oh, she's got a good signature, huh? Let's check out the website. Let me just put these things aside. All right. Okay, so the first thing is this guy's security company. And he mentioned it also here. Yeah, same information, same URL in his intro letter and in the rules. Okay, 5lakhsecurity.com moon landing. So this is Ryan's website. Enter password. Okay, demonstration mode. I'm not sure what that's about, but he told us his password was unplug. He says he set up cameras in the house. Remember, he was trying to demonstrate to Wanda. And he was moving them around. Welcome to 5lakhs, your safety advisor. To proceed, please enter the Wi-Fi password for the network associated with the devices on this account. All right, well, this isn't much of a puzzle. We remember we were given the Wi-Fi password on this little thing. So it doesn't want the network ID. It just wants W4ND4L4ND. Looney Bin Wandaland. So she's a bit crazy, this host. All right, do I want to say the password? Yes. Okay, so let's take a look at what we've got here. So camera 1, camera 2, camera 3, camera 4. Okay, they're not videos, they're just 4. Oh, I see. We've got multiple shots of each camera with time information. Can we rotate this and see these bigger? Yes, we can. I'm not sure that's an improvement, though. All right, so it's a little hard because I guess it's be nice if it all fit on the screen. Okay, I guess that's good. All right, let's start with camera 1 here. So here's camera 1, and we've caught someone taking a photo through the window. This is the photo we've seen. This is the scene when this photo was being taken, just as we hypothesized that this is a bed with like a blue bedspread and a white at the front, and someone taking a picture through the window and having it reflected back. And here is that person taking that photograph of that bedspread. So we have a date to this now. Right, this photo is now Thursday, 06/12, meaning 6:12 a.m. What else do you see here? She's charging her phone. Here is us zoomed in. Actually, that's me zooming in, but I wonder if we click the zoom in button, whether it's even higher resolution. Okay, so what have we got here? I can't tell if it's higher resolution if I let it zoom in or I zoom in. Let me just see. Feels like it's not any better, not any worse if I zoom in. All right, so he's got a Canon camera. We can see his outfit and his hat. A white hat with a black and red ribbon. So this is a room that these people were actually in, for what it's worth, rather than just taking photos of rooms under construction. All right, let's see. This was Thursday, 6/12. Let's see if we have Friday. Here they are arguing. Ryan looks a little fed up with his wife, and his wife looks like she's complaining about something. And they've closed the curtain. What do you think she's saying here? She's like, someone was taking photos of me, and you don't seem to believe me. He's like, not this again. Imaginary photographs. Pay attention to her outfit. I don't see anything else of import here. Just as a reminder, previous photo, next photo, this one is 22:22, so 10:22 p.m. on Friday. So this would be, this is the night in question, right? This is the night she... This is the night she was killed, or the week before. I can't quite tell. We don't know yet. Let's see if there's another Friday. No dates here. Thursday, Friday. So there's only 2 photos from this camera. Probably this is night of the murder, is my guess. But it's hard to be sure. So 10:22 p.m. night of murder, camera 1. It's on a Friday. If it's, whether it was the Friday where she got killed or not at 10:22, I'm not sure. But probably this is the fight they had, right? Because he says that they got into an argument. He went out to see the fireworks. And did we have a time for the fireworks? I think we did. Not here, but I think we did. Okay, let's look at camera 2 now. Here's camera 2. Friday. Is this the first photo? Only 2 photos for Friday too. Okay, so here's our first photo of their outside. Nothing jumps out here really to me. I can't see anything through the window, but then here we have Friday 10:42. So this is very close to the same time as that other photo. So I think we've got the same person here on the same night. And he's creeping around. Now we can see his hat a little better. We can see his shirt better. He's got some abstract geometric triangles on his multicolor shirt. It's pretty creepy, whoever this is. Okay, camera 3 is Friday at 10:07 in the morning. He's having a little snack. What's going on here? It's like some construction that's not done. What is this? Coffee, microwave. We're zoomed out maximally, right? Yeah. Laughter and happiness. He's having a sandwich. This looks like a real photo, not AI. I see a little reflection in this. What is this? Wine. Some reflection of some framed photo on the wall. Got a little tea kettle. The only thing odd is this thing up here. It looks like it's just a box. I don't know what that hole is about, though. Refrigerator. He's in his socks. All right. And then here we have them 10:21 a.m. So in the morning, 10:07, he's up. He's the first one awake, making himself a sandwich. And then 15 minutes later, she joins them. This is the morning when she died, probably. All good. Everyone's happy. The two of them are having a good time, laughing and joking. She's in her pajamas and slippers. He's in socks. Looks pretty natural. Got a clock up here in the corner. And we've got a sign here. It almost feels like that sign might be... I can't zoom in on it. When you zoom in here, you don't get to pan around. You just get to zoom in. A little unusual. Lots of laughter signs. If we zoom in on our own here, can we see what this sign said? Look at that, owner's closet, do not open. Not that uncommon in these rental houses. Got a little coffee machine. Not that common in these rental houses to have rooms that the owner has locked off. So on this camera, just 2 morning shots. Nothing odd, really, that I see. Okay, camera 4, what have we got here? So 10:28 in the morning on Friday. Do we have... Now, this is not the scene of her murder. I mean, it's not the same thing here. I do see something here that feels like, could that be a murder weapon? What is that? Like, is that what hit her? Is this what gave her the gash on over the eye? What is it? It looks like a half of an oar or something. It's not a full oar, though. And what have we got? Some pieces of art, some various pillows. There's our girl in our favorite pajamas. Pineapple that says welcome. More count your blessings. Okay, so there is the object that we saw in her death. So a little weird, though. So let's take a look at that crime scene again and see. I see, it's not. When I saw the original crime scene, I thought we were looking at two tables, but we weren't. This is absolutely okay. I think we have murder weapon now. So take a look at this scene. Okay, can you see that we've got by the door is this big piece of wood plank, which is like an oar with a little piece of metal here, right? And here is this end table. Now, if you look at this, what we've got is here's the end table. Here's the red tray. And look where the oar would be. And now look at this. No oar. This is the corner where that oar was standing. I notice also that these window shades have been pulled shut. But this is the crime scene in this room, and this is where the oar should be. Jonathan says also no towels. It's a really good point. In our camera photo that morning, you can see there are towels here. And obviously no pool of blood. Let's take a closer look at what's on this counter. We've got books, a picture of a pig, count your blessings, and then the shoe, ceramic tissue holder, and then towels. And here we have, we can't see what's to the right of this. This is the same. The sign is still behind it. No towels, no oar. And shade has been pulled shut here too, right? Because in the screen, this is a door in, which didn't have a shade on it. Can't tell if it's locked. But by the time we've got the crime scene photo, this shade has been pulled across here. But this is surely our murder weapon. And here was she hit. And this probably gave her the cut, I'm guessing. All right. Friday morning. We have another camera angle, another camera picture from this camera at 11. So 11 a.m., they're having fun together. Oh, it's a cute young couple. That's a shame. Seem like they're getting along well. Well, there's her rings. There's her exercise band. Looks like typical male behavior. He's got the TV remote in his hand. She's having some tea, relaxing. Oh, we got another photo in the afternoon. Things are not going as well. Here we have nearly 2 p.m. Looks like they're getting into their first argument of the day. The ore is still there, and the door is still open. There's her outfit. Not the outfit she was killed in, though. Still towel, still ore, still door uncovered. What's the chance we have another camera photo? Friday, 15/11, so 3:10 p.m. They've left the house, probably for the event. Still the ore, still the door, still the towels. Anything else changed between this photo and this photo? Someone has rearranged the pillows. That's it. Next, Sunday. I'm not sure what. So here's Friday 10 a.m., Friday 11 a.m., Friday 2 p.m., Friday 3:11. Pillows have been rearranged, but we don't think that's significant. Now we're at Sunday. How are we how do we understand, how are we to understand this Sunday photo? Is this the first photo of Sunday? Let's see if we can, well, I want to see if, like, is it the Sunday after or before? It's too bad there aren't dates on these. Let me, if I reload this page, and then would this be the earliest photo, and then the next photo, and then back to the earliest? So now here is our, So this is our Friday photos. If these are in order, then what are we looking at here? Is this the Sunday after the murder? That makes no sense, because we've got the towels are back, no blood stain. Oh, this is after the murder. There's no more ore. That's weird. But this guy wouldn't. Why are his cameras still running on the Sunday after the murder? Or is this the Sunday before the murder and there's no ore? That's really confusing. I'm going to put this on our little to-do list, because I think we need to understand, when is this Sunday photo? When is Sunday camera 4 0931 photo? Does anyone have a theory? Is this from the Sunday prior to the murder or the Sunday after the murder? The llama is missing. Yes, you're absolutely right. Do you see this little statue here? What else is missing? Let's look at the pillows again. We've got this crazy furry pillow, and then another brown flat wrinkly one. Here's the brown wrinkly one. Here's the crazy furry one. Then we've got a velvety purple and 2 tan ones. Here's the 2 tan ones and the velvety purple one. And then we've got 2 white beaded ones, 2 white beaded ones, and 1 faded rug one, faded rug one, and 1 plaid-like. Plaid-like. Okay, so same pillows, just different organized. Sorry, so something fell over on the table. The thing on the top. I think you're saying that this has been moved. It used to be that the shoe was on top of this. So now the shoe is down. The llama is gone. I wonder if I could use arrows to switch now. All right, that's weird. I still would like to know whether this is the Sunday before or after. Is there any way for us to be told? Right click. Image properties. Not really. All right, well, maybe someone is going to give us more information on that later. So here are the 4 cameras. Is that all we've got on this website? Just his cameras? You think something's different about the towels? Yeah, I think you're right. They are different towels. All right, we've got 2 towels here, 2 fluffy towels here on Friday afternoon. And then when we get to Sunday, we've got 3 towels. She was killed and lying down right here. So you might expect that this is the Sunday after that. You might see some blood stains or something. I don't see it. The book is shifted too. Okay, well, we know the scene's changed, but we don't know why. We don't know if this is before or after. So it's a little hard to make sense of it without knowing whether it's before or after. Maybe we'll get some help about that at some point. Maybe Wanda is going to tell us. Well, let's take our next break. I'll see you in 8 minutes. I'm wondering if we should make those phone calls. This might actually be, let's talk about this from a game perspective for a second. Normally, from a game design perspective, normally if you were making a game where you expected people to make phone calls, you would tell them. But we've played plenty of games where we were like, is this a real phone number? Should we call it? And we have called over the years a couple of numbers we weren't supposed to call at 1 a.m. But actually, from a game design perspective, this might be pretty clever. Like, if you get this as an item, you're like, should I call that number? Is that a real number? Probably not. Maybe this is the clue. But if you give someone an item that whose only thing is that it has a phone number, then you're basically telling them, hey, it's the phone number that's important. Now, it may be that we're not meant to call this, but we're going to learn who owns this. But I think for the fun of it, we should call this number together right now. Surely they wouldn't give us a number so blatantly. Maybe you don't need to see this part. Surely they wouldn't give us a number so blatantly that we weren't meant to call. Look, can I just show you something? Here's my phone. It's normally in a case. Look what happened. What? The whole back has come off. This is not by design. I don't think. Like the glue has come unstuck. Yeah, so I don't know what the hell I'm going to do about that. Does it snap in? Not really. It's the old bulging battery thing. Okay, so I'm going to call this number as long as my phone still works. But I don't think you need to see my contacts. Keep that. Okay, let's see if this works. 410-216-4466. Hopefully we're not waking someone up here.
Hello, this is Wanda Quinn. Thank you for calling. If you have any questions regarding your stay, please call PJ at 410-417-8829.
That's weird. All it was her saying if we have questions, call PJ, who's got his own thing here. All right, let's try calling him.
Richard PJ Santos. I don't recognize your number. This is about new construction. Please call Santos Building Management LLC at 01-531-4267.
Doesn't seem very useful. Okay, well, I want to call that one again, though. Huh. 410-417-8829.
Richard PJ Santos. I don't recognize your number. This is about new construction. Please call Santos Building Management LLC at 01-531-4267.
Is he giving us a new... Is that what he did? He gave us a new phone number? Did anyone get that? I'm gonna have to do it again. Okay. I guess we're gonna call that LLC 301 531 4267. That's weird. Why are they shuffling us around? Can you hear it okay?
Thank you for calling Santos Building Management, LLC. Can't take on new construction jobs right now due to an extensive contract with a new client. It's going to be awesome, but you'll have to wait. Unless this is Justin. Leave a message.
This is Justin. Call me back. Okay, so the only thing we are learning through those 3 loops of phone calls is that Wanda uses PJ to do her work, and PJ is now completely busy because he's got a giant contract from Justin. So that's what we've learned. That Wanda's contractor is now totally busy because he's been hired on by Justin. That's all we learned through 3 different phone calls. Weird. All right, let's go back to our witness statements. Let's read the witness statement now by my chief suspect, the person running this rent-a-home who seems a little unstable. Wanda Quinn, age 61. Could you please state your full name for the record? I'm Wanda Quinn, WandaQuiNN. It's nice to meet you. A pleasure, Wanda. What can you tell me about what happened last Friday night? Well, let's see. I was trying to get my macaroni salad ready to bring to the cookout when I heard a trash can fall over. Did you see what happened? I went out and there was a fox rustling around with a fish. He must have caught it in the lake, I don't know, but he was making a mess of things, that's for sure. Wanda, why don't you start at the party? Did you notice anyone acting unusual? Unusual? No, I don't think so. I mean, Riley always acts unusual, so that's kind of normal for her, isn't it? How so? Well, she's always just so groggy and tired all the time. She'll make excuses all day to go take a nap. I think she's got a chronic condition, but she says that's why she takes her supplements. And did you see the Bosleys? Oh, yeah. And did you see them arguing? Oh, yeah. And could you tell me any specifics about what you saw? Sure, yeah. Brian, that's Mr. Bosley. You mean Ryan. No, I'm pretty sure it's Brian. Anyway, he was talking to Riley when Monica went in the house to dry off. Dry off? Yeah, she sort of half fell in the lake. It was dark. Some of us were on the pier talking. Took a step backwards, and one of her legs just dropped right in before she caught herself. I'm glad it wasn't me. I'll tell you, I'd have popped my hip. Did anyone go with Monica? No, but she was in there a while. Zachary went in to check on her. And when Monica came out of the house, I presume she was dry? What happened then? Oh, she saw Brian and Riley hugging. I think Riley was upset about something, but I couldn't hear what they were saying because I was listening to Justin talk to PJ about some new building he wants to buy or something. And then what? Well, Monica got upset. She was pretty down for their entire stay, you know. She didn't like my house very much at all, and I don't think she liked me either. I don't think she liked much of anything. Well, did they argue? A little. Then they stormed off when Usman started shooting fireworks. I guess they had enough of the party. My mother always told me not to go to bed angry, though. I hope they were okay. Monica Bosley was murdered, Wanda. Yeah, well, I mean, before that. So you didn't see them after they left the party? Nope. I went straight home about an hour later. I was tired. Ugh, partied out. Thank you, Wanda. You can go. Okay. She seemed a little wacky, but not murderous wacky. So maybe I changed my mind about her. Let's talk to Zachary Renstadt. Okay, just who I wanted to speak to. State your name for the record, please. I'm Zachary Renstadt. And what do you do, Zach? I'm an accountant. Call me Zachary. That's what my son wants to do. You make a good living as an accountant? I do all right. So what can you tell me about what happened last Friday at the cookout? Things seem pretty normal, as they go. Wanda invited the people renting her property, which I thought was a little tacky, but they had been our neighbors for a couple of weeks at that point, I guess. And how did they seem at the cookout, the Bosleys? Hard to say. I don't know them that well. I don't think they liked me very much, Monica especially. Ryan seemed indifferent, but they both gravitated to my wife more. Maybe Ryan too much. How do you mean? He just seemed a little too interested in Riley, you know what I mean? I got the sense that the Bosleys were in a bit of a slump, like they were fighting. I could hear them shouting some nights. And what would they shout about? I couldn't make it out. The house isn't that close, so if I could hear their voices, I knew they must be shouting at each other. But if I had to guess, I'd say it was because Ryan made it a work trip and Monica wasn't expecting that. Did you ever see Ryan get violent? No, but you never know, do you? What goes on behind closed doors, I mean. Well, what about you and your wife? Excuse me? Well, what goes on behind your closed doors? You said Ryan got close with your wife. Did that come up between you two? No, well, yes. Which is it? I mean, yes, it came up in conversation, but it wasn't a big deal. I know Riley loves me and needs me. How do you mean she needs you? She has a condition, makes her fatigued. I take care of her meals, help her put her shoes on, get her supplements, do the finances, that kind of thing. Sorry to hear that. What condition? That's a chronic vitamin D deficiency. I haven't heard of that. When was she diagnosed? Oh, it's fairly common, actually. Easy to self-diagnose with everything on the internet. It's been about 3 years now. I see. So Ryan getting close to your wife wasn't an issue for you? I didn't make you feel like you might not be needed? No. That guy, no threat there. He's a total nerd. All right, so back to the cookout. Did you interact with the Bosleys at all? I mean, we spoke, sure, but very little. So you didn't check on Monica when she went to dry off in your house? Oh, yeah, that's right, I did. But she was finishing up and on her way out when I found her. Then it was soon after that she and Ryan had a little blow-up and left. That's it. All right, Zachary, if you remember anything else, please call me. You can go. All right. Did you guys notice anything there? Because I did, and something jumped out at me as a possible story of what's happening here. So when we got our letter from Ryan, he says that she gets jealous. She also doesn't like Zachary, who's Riley's husband. Now, here's what I noticed when I read this. Now, you tell me if you think I'm imagining something. We've got this married couple, right? The Renstadts, Riley and Zachary. And we're told Riley has this fatigue syndrome. She needs him to help her. He says, I know she loves me. She wouldn't leave me. She depends on me to care for her. And then there's this interesting scene. And I sort of got the impression that did our girl Monica drink from Riley's cup and realize the cup was drugged? And is that what's happened? So look, they're talking about Riley acting fatigued all the time. She's got a chronic condition. And then we're told that Monica sort of fell in the lake. Then Zachary goes to check on her, and then she comes out. Did I imagine the idea that she took a sip or she took some of Riley's drink? Maybe I was just imagining that. Riley came over, talking about how tired she was. She was exhausted. What does Zachary say? He hears them shouting. I take care of her meals. I feel like, I wonder, it feels like it's like a Munchausen by proxy thing. Like, is he drugging his wife to keep her dependent? And did Monica figure it out? I thought I read something about possibly Monica having some of Riley's drink, but maybe I just imagined that. Let's talk to the wife. Where's Riley? Okay, here's Riley. This is what I want to see. I want to see if Monica drank from her drink. Please state your name for the record. My name is Riley Renstadt, and I see you're a Reiki practitioner, Riley. What is that? Before that, can you guys help me out with something? Someone stole my aunt's old coffee pot. Come again? Someone snuck into our house and either during or after the cookout stole my aunt's coffee pot, the silver one, and left. Okay, you know what that is, right? There it is, right there. So I think Wanda is sneaking around stealing things from people because that's what got swapped out. Remember, there used to be the llama there. And then the next day or Sunday, there was this. But that's the antique coffee pot she's talking about. Someone stole. Someone snuck into our house either during or after the cookout, stole my aunt's coffee pot, the silver one, and left. I'll be sure to let the squad know. Thank you. Now, as you were about to tell me, yes, I use my hands to transmit healing energy into my patients without the use of physical touch. It's very spiritual. And are you successful with this? You make a decent living? My patients think so. I mean, they feel better after a few sessions. I don't really make money from it, though. I work pro bono. So you live off your husband's salary, then? Oh, no. My inheritance. Between my parents and my aunt, we're set for life. That's right. You live in your aunt's old house that she left to you, correct? Correct. She was the best. I loved her. I was very sad when she passed away. Horrible. I'm sorry. Thank you, but it's okay. It was years ago now. Of course. So tell me about last Friday, Riley. What happened? Oh, poor Monica. She was murdered. Yes, but what happened before that at your cookout? Oh, we had the neighbors over, the whole neighborhood. And how many people is that? Just a handful. Me and Zachary, of course, Wanda Quinn, and Justin Spelling. Those are the only permanent residents. Usman Osmani. Although he lives on his boat, he still counts. And the Bosleys. Oh, and PJ Santos was there for some reason. Can you tell me more about your interactions with the Bosleys at the cookout? Sure. I remember welcoming them, and then I didn't really talk to either of them for a while. Then I found Monica on our pier after the sun went down and started talking to her. She was really nice, a good listener. And what did you talk about? She asked how I was doing, like everyone does. We talked about her school and where she works, and she had some funny stories about her students, kindergartners. And I told her I wanted to start a family, but I wasn't sure with my condition. Then other people came over and started talking. Then Monica, well, she took a step back and she fell completely in the lake almost. Are you all right? I'm just tired. All right. So then what happened after she fell? Well, she pulled herself up. I told her I'd take her into our house to find a towel, but she insisted I didn't leave the party. So I told her where to look and she went in. Do you remember when that was? I think it was around 9 p.m. or so. She was in there a while, so I asked Zachary to go check on her. And what did you do while your husband checked on her? I walked over to Ryan and I started talking to him. He's very nice. A little shy, I think, but he's also a good listener. And after I was talking to Monica about my problems, I just kept on talking to him. He was very sweet. He gave me a hug. And that's when Monica came back out and had a fight with Ryan. Yes, that's right. Riley, did you have an affair with Ryan? Oh, no, absolutely not. I'd be nothing without Zachary. He takes care of me perfectly. He takes care of us, our house. I'd be lost otherwise. Okay, so what happened after they got into it? Well, Usman had just started with the fireworks, so when the Bosleys left, the rest of us just stood on the pier and watched. They were pretty. Then it was almost 10:30, and I told everyone it was my bedtime, and Zachary and I went off to bed. I try to be asleep by 11, and it takes me at least half an hour to get ready. And your husband fell asleep with you? I think so. I usually fall asleep first. Because you're so tired. Right. Actually, would you mind if we took a break? It's all right, Riley. I think we're done for now. Thank you for your time. Okay, I have a theory now. Here is my theory. Zachary is drugging his wife to keep her locked down with him because it's her inheritance and her money. And although I think I hallucinated the idea that Monica drank Riley's drink, I think what's happened is that, here's my theory. Monica has figured out someone is taking photos in the house from the outside, maybe moving things around. She thinks it's Zachary. So she actually works out this scheme to get in the Zachary Riley Renstadt residence. So I think Riley fakes falling in the water and then says, oh, I need to go in your house to dry off. Riley says, I'll walk in. She says, don't worry about it. I'll go in myself. And I think Monica goes in the house under the premise of getting a towel, and she's really looking around. And I think she's looking around for evidence that Zachary is the one taking photos of their house. And instead, I think what she finds is proof that he's drugging his wife. And that's why he has to sneak in and kill Monica to keep his secret from going out. That is my working theory. What do you think about that theory? We are down to 5 viewers. And I think the stuff with the silver coffee pot, I think that's just a red herring. I think the teapot is going to be a red herring. I think it's going to be Wanda stealing stuff. But definitely Wanda is up to no good. But I think it's just going to turn out to be a red herring. All right, let's read our next interview of Usman Osmani. Please state your name for the record. Usman Osmani, the one and only. All right, Usman, it says here you're a business owner. That's right. What kind of business do you run? Cleaning services. Best around. I do a lot of houses around the lake. I could do yours if you got boat access. And do you venture out past the lake? Nope. I stay on my boat. I live on my boat. So it's just easier to pull up to a pier, dock my home, and clean someone else's. Makes lunch breaks a breeze. That's an interesting life you've chosen. Well, thank you. I think it suits me. Kind of like a Lone Ranger on the lake, right? Bringing the stains on the community to justice. Okay, what can you tell me about last Friday, Usman? Last Friday, okay, yeah. It was a nice little party that the Renstats threw. Corn on the cob, burgers, hot dogs. Wanda brought macaroni salad. Justin brought energy drinks and vodka. Oh, and PJ was there. I don't know who invited him, though. He didn't bring nothing. And the Bosleys? They didn't bring anything, but that's okay. They know they're Wanda's guests, and since I cleaned Wanda's houses, I felt like they were my guests, too. And did you get to know them at all? Yeah, a little bit. I stopped in a couple times to do their laundry, clean up a little bit. They seemed like nice people. Ryan was a little, what is it, aloof, you say? I think, but Monica was super sweet. Could you tell me a little bit more about them? Start with Monica. Oh man, what a gem. She was very kind to me. She was a little paranoid, yeah, but... Paranoid? Yeah, about staying in a rental, someone else's house. You know how people get. They worry about hidden cameras, secret doors, and things. Monica seemed a little uncomfortable that some mama was going to grab her and take her away. But there's nothing like that in that house, except for the cameras that Ryan put in, which really, if you ask me, you shouldn't do when your wife's paranoid about hidden cameras. Do you know where those cameras are? No, unfortunately, you'd have to ask him. I will, thank you. So tell me more about what happened at the cookout. Well, I made my rounds, you know, but nothing suspicious was going on as far as I could tell. It was just a normal cookout. People were chatting. Justin was trying to get everyone to drink more, which is typical. I was all about it, though. I'm always down to clown, you know. And Monica. She had a few drinks, but nothing crazy, I don't think. Oh, and she fell in the lake, sort of. Soaked her pants through. Soaked her pants, though, that was hilarious. She was okay, so it was okay to laugh, though I feel bad about it now. And what happened after that? Well, Riley offered to take her in the house to help her dry off. Monica said she'd do it herself, insisted, actually. I think she was embarrassed. She was in there for a while, maybe 30 minutes to an hour. Zachary went in to check on her, and she came out a few minutes later. Then she saw Ryan and Riley hugging and got upset. I don't blame her, really, but also Riley has been going through some stuff. It's nice that Ryan could comfort her. I heard about Riley's condition. Yeah, always dragging. Must be rough. Like I could deal with it for a few day or two, but years? Ugh. So then Zachary came out of the house and Ryan and Monica left. Not in that order, but yeah, Zachary stayed in the house for a while. He didn't come out until after Ryan and Monica left. And when did the Bosleys leave the cookout? I'm not totally sure. I heard it was soon after someone started shooting off fireworks in the lake around 10 p.m. Wasn't that you? Yeah, well, if people complain about it, I won't do it again. Just don't do it again. Yes, officer, detective. Hey, if you want, I can keep an eye out on that rental from my boat, because criminals return to the scene of the crime and everything. That won't be necessary, but thank you. Sure. Just keep me in mind if you need me for anything. I will, thank you. You can go. Okay, so they left after 10. I still am happy with my theory. Okay, here's PJ. Everyone keeps saying, what was he doing there? State your name, please. And this is our guy. Where is his? This is PJ Santos. State your name, please. Pablo Jamari Santos. Everyone calls me PJ. What happened Friday, PJ? I don't know. It's crazy. I can't believe someone would kill that woman. Why do you say that? Well, I don't know. She seemed a little mean. No, that's not right. Particular. She was particular. I'm sure she rubbed some people the wrong way, but kill her? Nah. So what happened Friday? The cookout, you mean? Right. I was there. Even though you don't live in the neighborhood. Right. But I know the people. I worked with Wanda for years, and I know Usman and Justin. Renstats, not as much. And did you notice anything out of the ordinary? Well, there were the Bosleys, and they don't live there, so I thought it was strange they were invited. Seemed like very volatile people. They threatened my license because they said things were not to code. Like they even know. That seems to make you angry. Well, of course it does. I don't like people telling me I do shoddy workmanship. I work hard. This is my life, my living. They can't take that away from me. And did you go to the Bosleys after the cookout? No, I never went there after hours. It's a job site. I work only when I work. I went to Wanda's to see her, but she wasn't there. And why did you go to Wanda's? She owes me money, a lot of money, for work I've already done. But she's cheap. At this point, I just keep working for her, and eventually, if she doesn't pay up, I'll take her to court. Interesting. And you said she wasn't home? No, so I left. And when were you at her house? Let's see. Usman set up the fireworks, and about a half hour later, the party started to die down. The Bosleys got into a fight, I heard. What happened next? Well, I went to my car. I wasn't sure if I should see Wanda or not. I wanted to talk about my pay. She owes me. And I thought about it, and I was feeling brave, so I got out of my car and walked to her house. And when was that? The clock said 11:33. I remember exactly, and it takes 10 minutes to walk from the Renstats to Wanda's. So call it 11:45. And how much does Wanda owe you? About $6,000, week's worth of work. That's a lot of money. Yeah, it is. You ever confronted her before that night? No, I let things slide. We had an arrangement. What kind of arrangement? A friendly one. So you're saying you walked from the Renstats to Wanda's between 11:30 and 11:45, and in that time saw no one, including the Bosleys, whose house you passed, and Wanda, whose house you visited? Yeah, correct. I saw no one after the party. Maybe someone on the Bosleys pier? But it was dark and the fireworks were distracting. I can't say for sure. Okay, thank you, PJ. You can go. All right, here's our last witness statement from Justin Spelling. This is the investor. Hello, Mr. Spelling. Please, just Justin. Spelling was my father. Right, Justin. Where were you last Friday night between the hours of 6 and 12? Well, I wasn't with you. I'd remember that. Answer the question, please. All right, geez. I was at the Renstats cookout. I got there a little earlier than other people, but they said to get there at 6, so that's what I did. People started showing up. We had food and drinks. I had a good time. Did you speak with the Bosleys at all? Yeah, a little, sure. And how well had you gotten to know the Bosleys, Mr. Spelling? Justin, please. Well, not that well. No, I mean, I talked to Ryan a bit. He said he could hook up my hotel with the latest security systems from his company. Oh, where is your hotel? Well, I don't have one yet. So then why would Ryan Bosley want to sell you a hotel security system? Well, we weren't talking about making a deal then and there, but he seemed pretty excited about the potential opportunity, and my hotel has potential. You could stay there if you wanted, for free, my treat. Your imaginary hotel. Not for long. So other than the potential business deal, you didn't interact with the Bosleys. Other than simple pleasantries, no. Not really. I mean, I don't really like dealing with snakeheads if I don't have to. Snakeheads? Years ago, some idiot dumped snakeheads into the lake for fishing. I don't know why, but now they're a problem. It's what I call people who move into the area who aren't welcome. Like the Bosleys. Like the Bosleys. At least Ryan brought something to the table. Monica seemed very standoffish, though. And did that upset you? Sure. But at the end of the day, they were leaving, just renting that crappy house Wanda tries to make into something that it isn't. Like what? Like a hotel. And did you ever go to that house? Me? No, not worth it. Well, what about the cookout before Monica was murdered? Things were normal. We partied, ate, drank. There was a fight. People got tired and went home. The fight between Ryan and Monica. Yeah, them. And after that, people went home? Well, not right away. Not immediately, but no, basically. The Renstats said they were tired and went to bed, and it felt awkward sticking around. What about the others? Let's see. The Bosleys had already gone before then. Usman was in his boat, obviously. PJ got in his car, and Wanda was still watching fireworks when I left. And what time was that? Let me think. I guess 10:30 or so. Thank you, Mr. Spelling. You've been helpful. You can go. All right, so a lot of people gave us their time leaving the party. We know the fireworks went off, I guess, around 10. He leaves at 10:30. Where is our autopsy report? Let's get our timeline recorded. Okay. What is her time of death? What does the chief medical examiner say? (11:15 p.m.) So a couple people have given us alibis, like PJ. He said he was in his car 11:30, then he walked to the thing. Most important, Zachary, who I suspect, does not have an alibi. He went to bed with his wife at around 11. She falls asleep. She assumes he's sleeping by her side, but she doesn't know, and she would be passed out. And we're told 15 minutes to walk from the Renstats to the Bosleys. So this guy had plenty of time to kill her, to kill Riley, and then get back to his house. So I've got my theory, but we've now gone through all the evidence except this. Could he be lying? Sure, Justin could be lying. So we need to find our way into this box. So let's go back and try to solve that. So here is the letter from Monica that is going to tell us how to get into her box. No pun intended. Let us I'll tell you what, before we do that, I've got an idea here. I wonder if this article, if I'm right, if Zachary is the killer, I wonder if this article about them in one of their photos might give us a clue. Like, might we see that he was wearing an outfit like the hat? Got it. Look at that. Look at that little clever catch that I just made. That is the hat that we can see in the camera. You can even see the chin strap of the hat. Right there is the chin strap right there. So that's our clue from this. Now you might look for other clues, but we didn't really see evidence dropped in the crime scene. But we do now know that Zachary was the one taking photos. But that sort of goes against my theory, right? My theory was that he wasn't the one taking photos. And that Monica went searching his house and found out evidence of him poisoning the wife. But now we seem to have evidence that he is the one taking photos, which is weird because I don't have a good motive for that. However, Ryan says that Monica wanted to find proof. So I think Monica did find proof. and that's why she was killed. I thought she was going to find proof that he was poisoning the wife, but maybe she found. She did say, didn't she? Didn't she say that she found these? Took these from Justin's desk. That doesn't seem right. These shouldn't be Justin's desk. These should be from Zachary's desk. Is that a typo? Let's read the intro letter where he talks about those photographs. I wonder if that's a typo. Justin was the investor. We fought. She gave me a locked time cap, so she started putting in there. Where does he talk about the photos? Somewhere we're told that she finds these photos. Is it just at the back of this that we found that we get these notes? Took these from Justin's desk. That's our room. I don't understand that. Where is that coming from? How could he have access to Justin's desk? I mean, he did meet with Justin. Does that mean that Zachary and Justin... I wonder if it's something like... I wonder if it's like a little red herring. Like Justin wants to know if he should hire PJ, so he tasks Zachary to take some photos to check out the quality of PJ's work. And so it's sort of innocent, but then my theory still holds up. Okay, let's just play with those theories for a moment without trying to be sure about them, and let's unlock the lockbox. And then we'll return to our theorizing. Okay, we need 3 numbers. Begin with the song from the first moment to the back of this one. Okay, so we're told about they met and their first... We're told they first met with the Decemberists. Let's see. I need to find Ryan's initial message about his wife because I remember the Decemberists, but I want to make sure I'm not missing a document. When I first met her, we heard about the Decemberists. Okay, so the Decemberists, that matches with this, begin with the first moment. Okay, so what we're looking for here is the Decemberists. That's number 6. So the first digit is going to be the digit 6. Okay, next. Remember that time in the woods, our first hike together. Empty of shoulds, we both felt free. I said you smelled good. You wore your best tea. This is Monica writing, and I know the answer to this. Does anyone remember does anyone think they know what the answer to this one is? I'm pretty sure I know. Any theories? Thorpe says, I do not. Anyone? All right, let me show you something and see if this rings a bell. See if anything jumps out at you. Anything jump out of you now? There's their social media photo of the two of them. And here he is wearing a t-shirt. Looks like they're camping and hiking. And he's wearing a t-shirt with the 5 on it. So I think that's going to be his favorite t-shirt. I forget if it was also on one of their camera photos when he was in the kitchen. No. Okay, but I think that's their media picture. So I think the answer to the second one is a 5. Okay, last one. Finally, but not least, these last few years, a drop in the in the lake of our love. Let's make the next year count, one more than what we've got already. So this is going to be 4 or 7. And the reason I say that is in his interview, Ryan talks about how long they've been married. And he says they knew each other 3 years, married for 3-year anniversary. Where does he say that? We dated for 3, married for 3. This would have been our 3rd anniversary. So she says, these last few years, a drop in the lake of our love. Let's make the next year count, one more than what we've got already. So she's either counting the marriage anniversary years, which would be 3 plus 1, or she's counting how long they've known each other, which would be 6 plus 1. One more than what we've got already. So 4 or 7. 6, 5, 4 or 6, 5, 7. If I had to guess, I guess I'd guess the 7. Let's see. So these are a little odd. I sort of naturally gravitate to this middle one, but you can see it actually has a little line where it wants you to do it. So I claim it's 6, 5, 7. That's pretty good. All right. Let's take a little break. When we come back, we'll open up this box. It's 3 a.m. here in Champaign, Illinois. The viewers are falling off, but YouTube says still 9-10 viewers. I wonder if any of you there are actually awake and are interested in seeing what's in this box. The box of our victim, and I already see something that makes me think my theory is correct. What is it? It's a pill box. Empty pill box. It says Lil Pills. Multivitamin supplement. So this is going to be what is probably pretending a box for like vitamin D supplements, but really is going to turn out was going to be poisoning Zachary's wife. So what does this pretend that it is, or say that it is? It's a supplement, folate, iron, calcium, and vitamin D, but it's coming off. Oh, how cool is this? How cool is this? So I'm going to be right. So look at how cool this is. It's a pill box with what is pretending to be vitamin D supplements, but you can see it's sort of, it's a little bit peeling off. And I think we're actually meant to peel it off and discover that it is prescribed to Zachary zolpidem tartrate, 5 milligrams. Take 1 tablet before bed. Will cause drowsiness. Use care. From the Belladonna Pharmacy. How cool is that? Okay, this is one of the best props I have seen. I have never seen that done before, but it is extremely clever. Boy, of all the props, 99% of the time, the props are totally pointless. Here is an example of a prop that was not just not pointless, but extremely clever. And it was done in a way... So it was done in a way where there was just a tiny bit of a peel off at the top that sort of maybe would give you a hint if you knew what you were looking for. You would know to try to peel it off if you had a theory. Maybe in this box she's going to give us a more explicit hint about it. But boy, that's an example of when to use a prop. So Hunt the Killer has a long history of using pointless props. Lots of games do, and I always complain. But this is the perfect example of exactly what you should be using a prop for. Here's a case where the prop has meaning. It actually is evidence that bears studying. All right, let's continue. What else has she got in here? She's got a pin. What is it of? That looks creepy. What is this supposed to be? I don't like this. What is this? What is this supposed to be? I don't like this. It's a rhino. Okay, boy, that looks weird and creepy. So that's what she called her husband, Ryan. She called him Rhino, so it's just a keepsake. Now she's got 2, 3 things. Yeah, put these away. Let's see what she's got. Looks like my theory was right about this case, but let's see what else she's got. Lake Vulpine, waders and traders, outdoor outfitters. This week only, all fishing gear 30% off, hiking boots and poles 15% off. Make a splash as you jump into savings. Extra $5 off any order. Count on us. Count on us. Watercraft of all shapes and size available for hourly or daily rental. Lowest rental prices guaranteed. If you can find better price, we'll beat it. Open daily. Protect what I have. So this feels like it's a code. She's got a secret message here. You could see there's an apostrophe and another apostrophe. So the 1-5 is probably an S. Where's our... I wonder if this isn't just... Not an S, it's not the 15th letter. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15 is O. So I don't know what code this is. It says count. But I think it's just a message in a cipher that we're going to have to decode. But the fact that this is an exclamation makes me think this would be an S. And here it is again. But look, 10-1, 11-2, 10-7. And then this repeat here is almost the same. It's only the first and second letter that's different. Rhino. I wonder if they're using their words. Count, huh? All right, we're going to put this aside for a second, but let's do our normal thing. If you look at this, a couple things jump out. First of all, if you try to read this as the 15th letter, it starts to break down because there's no 107th letter. However, the word count and the phrasing of this into pairs makes you think book code. And I think there are more clues that we might be looking at a book code. Now, those of you who don't know, what is a book code? A book code, sometimes known as a dictionary code, is a code in which you're given like line number, letter number, or line number, word number. So if you look at the range of these numbers, the first number of each of these tuples goes from 1 to 11. So you might be looking for something with 11 lines. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. If you don't count this. Of course, it could be using this side, or it could be using one of these other documents. But let's say it was using this side. So 10, 11, 10. Okay, so we would be able to get these first three from the bottom. So let's we go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 10, 1 would be a D. 11, 2 would be an O. 10, 7, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 would be an N. 1, 5 would be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Don't. Okay, so that's what it is. It's a book code. We got the line numbers right. This is line 1, this is line 10, and the apostrophe was not apostrophe S, but apostrophe T. So now we can make sense of this last line. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 4 lines total. The first line is don't. The second line is going to be won't. Sorry, the last line is O-N apostrophe T, but with different first letter. So that's how we got this one quickly. Don't something something won't. Okay, 1, 5 is a T. Second line now. 3, 17. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17 is H. 4, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Don't. This is sure going to be think. Don't think I won't. Don't think I won't. Protect what I have. Don't think I won't protect what I have. I think this might be a message from Zachary to Monica. I wonder if we have Zachary's handwriting, we might be able to check whether this is Monica's handwriting. Like this is found in Monica's thing, but is it Monica's handwriting? I'm not sure. In other words, was this something that Monica received rather than what she wrote? Let's not try to solve that yet. Let's just put that aside now that we did decode the message. Maybe we'll just put this with this. Two more notes and then we're done. Looks like we got more codes here. So this is the Golden Dragon Taqueria, where you could get tacos. Authentic Chinese Mexican fusion, dine in, take out, delivery for faster ordering. Use the ordering number for each dish. So has she written these numbers on the side? She's written 6s. What does that mean? Or maybe those aren't 6s. That's or if it's extra spicy. Okay. So oh, I see. Here's the coded message. 2458 EFUL. So this is an interesting, it's another little code, but it looks like half of it is just in its normal English. You could almost like guess what this is. Is this like US or successful or whatever? Like here is in your. So 20 equals O. But didn't we just count and get 20 O as the 20th letter of the alphabet? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. No. Okay, so it's not that. But if in your something, if O is the 20. That's the one that jumps out. And it looks like 5 would be the. But 5 could also be she. This is the one where it has to be O. Okay, so if we go to 20, do we see how you would get an O from that? Yes, it's the first. No, that's 30. 20, also orange chicken. It's the first letter. So it looks like it might just be as simple as 2, 3, 4. But actually, you can see they might be using multiple. It's not, doesn't make sense to write these all out. Let's just do them this way. 2, 4, 58. So 2 would be a C. 4 would be an A. And 58 would be an R. So the first line says careful. Second line, J-U. Go this way. So J-U, and then 24 is S. 12 is T. Oh, this one says Justin's 1 EEN. It's surely been best egg rolls. Careful, Justin's been. Next line, 23 N 2020, 23 N 20 30 27 ING. 23 20 30. S O O. S. Careful, Justin's been snooping. This is going to be around, AROUND. Justin's been snooping around, period. This looks like 6 and 20. 6 and 20 would be KNO. I know. KNOW. I know 5 is going to be a 3. I know the 23 6 ELE 520 N23. 23 and 6 is SK. Okay. This is going to be, I know the skeletons in your CLOSET in your closet. Careful, Justin's been snooping around. I know the skeletons in your closet. That's the message, but who is it from and to? Careful, Justin's been snooping around. I know the skeletons in your closet. It's a little weird. Why does our girl Monica have this secret thing in her container about careful, Justin's been snooping around? Are these just things she stole from Zachary's office? Like, has she stolen all of these notes from Zachary's office? And yet a third code. It says, there isn't an ache not cured by a lake. Please leave a note talking about your stay with us. It's a notepad sheet. She circled the letter 13 and said, I see something, something, something in this place. So that seems like it would be suggesting just shift 13. So let's just see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. If it's positive. Okay, if it is just a shift of 13, then it looks like some of these words are left English, but we have R, I, R, E, L, G, U, B, A, T would map to E, V, E, R, Y. So clearly this is it. T, H, I, N, G. Okay, I see everything. G goes to T, U goes to H, N goes to A. I see everything that G, O, I see everything that goes, this is going to be on. I see everything that goes on in this place. Period. J goes to W, N goes to A, G goes to T, P goes to C, U goes to H, L goes to Y, O, U, watch your back, no, watch your step, S, T, E, P. Well, I mean, we've decoded all these messages. Kind of cute little codes. Not Hunter Killer has a track record with me that's not so great about making codes that are easy to figure out but very painful to decode, which is exactly what you don't want. In this case, we've got 3 codes that were fairly straightforward but not painful to do. But they're a little strange in understanding what have they got to do with Monica. Why does Monica have notes that say, don't think I won't protect what I have. I see everything that goes on in this place. Watch your step. Careful, Justin's been snooping around. I know the skeleton's in your closet. And then the fake pills. And then she's just got the rhino pin, which I don't think is a clue to anything. Just out reminding us who this belongs to. Um, We did get a little bit of a clarification at some point from the husband about how the wife was using this time capsule. I wonder if we can't reread that. Monica gave me a locked time capsule. She said it was a gift, something special for me, and a place where we can keep our memories. Instead, she started putting things in there that made her feel uncomfortable. I guess it was some sort of record in case something bad happened. And here he is talking about the photos. I found photos of our rental on his desk when I met with him for a pitch. Okay, so now let's put those things together. So Ryan meets with Justin, the real estate hotel developer, and he finds these photos on his desk, which we haven't spent too much time studying. But we can see from this that the person who's taking the photos is Zachary. So Justin hires Zachary to take photos of Wanda's house and or PJ's work. He gives them to Justin. And then my theory is that Monica thinks someone has been breaking into their house, stages this accident in the lake, and goes into Zachary's house. And I think she comes out with all of these notes. Or maybe she's coming out with different notes from different places. Although, you know, I think these are all the same handwriting. So what is this? The Golden Dragon Tech. You don't think some of these places might show up in our itinerary? Would it make sense that she would find all of these in Zachary's house? I see everything that goes on in this place. Watch your step. Careful, Justin's been snooping around. I know the skeleton's in your closet. Don't think I won't protect what I have. We do have handwriting of PJ. This really seems like it might be his handwriting. It's got a weird thing where the capital I has a longer top than a bottom. 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 What about this one? Longer top than a bottom and disconnected. But not so much here. Like this piece of evidence, which feels like the most subtle, proves my theory that Zachary is poisoning his wife. But I feel like that solves the whole case. But then these, I don't know what to make of. It's almost like this is totally orthogonal to my theory of the case. This note seems like it could be from Zachary to Monica saying, don't think I won't protect what I have. Like if you tell someone what you figured out, you'll be killed. But surely no one's writing to Monica saying, careful, Justin's been snooping around. This almost seems like a note that would be written to PJ saying, like, I know the bad work you've been doing on this. So it's almost like the note that Zachary might blackmail PJ about. Do these look like different handwriting? Or do they all look like the same handwriting? It's not that much text to work with. This person writes with very curvy G's and J's. Look at these very stereotypical G's. Unfortunately, we don't have any here. We do have these unbalanced eyes, but we don't really have an unbalanced eye here. We do have an E with a very high up bar, almost invisible, right? Like the E is not written like this, but rather like this. And we do have that here, 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 here. And it does look like we've got it here. So it almost feels like maybe we're meant to believe that the same person is writing all of these notes, although this one is not quite as clear. It makes me think, every E everywhere is that way. We do have a lot of handwriting from Wanda. Okay, Wanda writes completely differently. She's writing like script. Do we have more samples of Zachary's handwriting? We have PJ's handwriting. I wonder if these aren't letters. It's almost like these are messages from PJ to Zachary. We do have handwriting for Usman too. But Usman doesn't write so cleanly. So this is not Usman's writing or Wanda's writing. We do have Zachary's signature on his witness statement. Doesn't help us though. The closest the handwriting match is PJ's, but I really don't know. The pictures only have writing on the back of one of them, and it just says, "I took these from Justin's desk, that's our room," which he says in his intro letter to us as well. The weird thing is, I don't feel like this has anything to do with our murder. I think these might be red herrings. And this is the key. So I think my theory is the same as it was very early on, which is that our girl Monica knew someone was taking photos of them and moving stuff around. She thought it might be Zachary. So what she does is she stages an accident at the pool, steps in the water, gets herself wet, says, "I'll just go into the house and take care of it myself. Don't worry, I don't need your help." She goes in and she starts snooping around the house, around Zachary, the Renstadt's house, and she finds this. Among, and possibly all of these, and she discovers that Zachary is poisoning his wife, keeping her debilitated, so that she's dependent on him, so that he gets the inheritance. She may have taken this and she may not have even realized what she had. But Zachary knows what she's taken. And he thinks that Monica is going to get him arrested, put in jail, and lose his inheritance. So Zachary sneaks out at night and kills Monica with the oar that is sitting at the table. And as our little side story, Wanda is stealing stuff. The only thing I don't fully have a good answer for is this. I think what we're looking at here is maybe someone trying to blackmail maybe Zachary. Not Monica, though. Or maybe just various notes that Monica has collected, making them all suspicious about something. We know it's suspicious that PJ is working for Justin. No, I think if I had to guess, I might guess that someone is threatening Zachary. Like there's some threats going on, but I don't think they're related to our murder. What about the printing defects on the damp brochure? I don't think this means anything. I don't think these actually mean anything. What they are, I mean. I think what we should do is we should go to the, I mean, I think I'm ready to open the solution, but this is the part I like least about Hunt a Killer. Like every other company has moved to asking questions and giving you a chance to see, but I'm pretty sure I know the killer and the motive. But I think maybe what we'll do is we'll go to the hints and make sure we haven't missed anything. But I am locking in my solution of the case that it was Zachary because he realized Monica figured out he's been poisoning and making his wife sick. But we're going to go ahead and... I mean, it seems odd that we're not making use of the fact that we saw that figured out that Zachary was the one taking photos. So a little bit weird, but let's see what happens at the hints. Player, no. Player resources, hints and reveals. Okay, we're told that we're told what the password is to get in. Relax. Okay. If you're looking for spoiler-free help on a code, go to the hints. If you're looking for answer to a code or puzzle, go to reveals. If you want to make sure you've discovered everything in the box, accessibility if you want a solution. We don't really want any of those. Let me just see what we've got, if there's anything here. Uncovering additional evidence hint. What's that about? Phone numbers, try calling them. Okay. Was there any phone number that we didn't read? I don't think so. Time capsule combination. Don't look ahead if you haven't opened the time capsule. Decoding. Here we go. Encoded author notes author hint. I think this is what we want. Try to identify who wrote this series of ominous notes. Compare the handwriting with the rest of the handwritten documents amongst your evidence. So the best handwriting match I saw... Oh, whoa. Was PJ Santos, but sometimes it's hard to know if a game really wants us to match handwriting. Now it's certainly suggesting that it does, so maybe we should take another look at that and another look at our evidence. Let's see. So it seems to me that the closest match is definitely not Wanda. She's got script. And it's not Usman because his writing is chaotic. But maybe we have writing of Zachary somewhere that I'm not remembering. If not, could we confirm that these messages are all from PJ? Okay, so let's try to find some more letters that seem distinctive. We have protect what I have, we have his business card, and we have these. So we did identify the what would you call this? Imbalanced eye, where the top is longer than the bottom. And we noticed that in at least one note, like here. Not so much in this one, though. What other letters? His D is pretty distinctive. Do we have any more Ds? His J is very curvy, but here we need more letters here. S is pretty distinctive. No S's here. What about A's? We looked at the E's. They seem pretty stereotyped, but maybe other people do as well. What about this A? Here we have a curvy A and a curvy-tailed A and a little bit of a curvy tail A, whereas here we've got this straight line A, but then there's a curvy A. T's that have a long middle cross. Here's a T that looks a little bit like a plus rather than a... So to me, it looks closest to PJ Santos, which kind of makes sense that these would always be, that these would be notes from PJ to Zachary threatening him. Just don't know why we would care about that. All right, suspect opportunity. I mean, we decoded all the notes. Okay, encoded notes author reveal. I'm going to click on this. PJ was the one writing these notes, but who was the intended recipient? Okay, so it was PJ. That was the closest handwriting we had. So our guess was right that PJ was writing all these. Probably to Zachary. I mean, he's talking about Justin, so it can't be that. I know the skeleton's in your closet. That could be talking about but it also could be he's writing to Wanda saying, I know you've been stealing stuff. So I think my theory of the case is still good. So we're going to read the solution now. I guess all right, I guess we'll read it. I was gonna think we should take a break, but maybe we should just read the solution here. Okay, so we remember my theory, right? That it's Zachary, he's killed Monica because she's discovered, or he thinks she's discovered that he's been drugging his wife to keep her dependent on him. We'll read this, take a break, and we'll talk. Zachary was the killer. Monica found the pill bottle and discovered the pills weren't supplements at all. She figured out Zachary had been drugging Riley for years. He didn't want that information getting out because what would happen then? He'd lose Riley and all her money. He'd also go to jail. So he came by while I was outside. That was him in the photo of the front door, at the front door in the white hat with the band. He and Monica got into it. Tensions rose and the bastard killed her. If I hadn't made our trip all about my work, we wouldn't have been fighting and I would have been with her. I could have answered the door. If I was with her, she'd probably still be alive. The murder weapon was that oar handle leaning up against the corner of the living room near the back door. I didn't even notice at first, but you can definitely see that it's there before she died and not there after. And the photo in the Lakeside Living article shows that the oar handle and the white hat were both in the Renstadt's house. Oh, well, we noticed the hat, but did we miss the oar handle somewhere? Yes, we did. Look, it's here. Although that's a little, that's misleading, though, because what we think is that Wanda must have stolen it and kept it in the house. Like, it doesn't matter that it was in that it's his oar, because it was there long before he got there. So that's a little bit of a convoluted clue. I didn't even notice at first. You can definitely see it's there before she died and not there after. The photo in the Lakeside Living article showed that the oar handle and the white hat were both in the Renstadt's house later that weekend. This was meant to be after. I guess this was meant to be after the murder. Should we have known that? How would we have known that? I just assumed that this happened beforehand. If it's afterwards, then it makes sense that he stole it. Okay. That's all pretty damning stuff. I told the police what you found, and they've arrested Zachary. The word is already out that he confessed. Now I can go home. Meanwhile, Riley can move on with her life away from Zachary. I hope Wanda and PJ settle their differences, but you never know. I'm pretty sure Justin's going to move on from Vulpine Lake and find someplace else to develop. Then there's Usman. He reached out and wanted to go fishing. I've never done that, but it might be fun if I can ever bring myself to go back. Thank you for your help, Detective. With justice served, I think I need to take some time and reflect on things. I let work get in the way of a lot in my relationship with Monica, so I quit my job and I'm going to focus on myself for a while. Figure out my feelings, reconnect with myself in a way I couldn't with Monica. Maybe I'll end up teaching computers at the local community college. Wherever I end up, I hope she'd be proud of me. I know she'd be grateful for you. Sincerely, Ryan Bosley. P.S. I knew Wanda was a little strange, but can you believe she stole Riley's aunt's old coffee pot just to decorate? She's actually obsessed with coffee. Some people I'll just never understand. So there's our solution. It is odd now. If your group had played this, don't you think a fair number of people are never going to figure out that this has another label inside it, and the solution doesn't say anything about it? Presumably here on the website, game finish reveal 1. Do over-the-counter vitamins typically come in prescription-style bottles? Peel back the fake vitamin label. You can deduce Zachary has been disguising the sleeping pills in the pill bottle as vitamin supplements, and Monica discovered this secret. Zachary Rensa is the killer. To finish the game, open the solution envelope. And this is the solution that we... This is a more detailed explanation of how you got all this, how you figured everything out. When you call the numbers, you'll discover PJ's been hired to help, proving that Justin is serious about securing the land. Turning your attention to the photos in the Lakeside Living article, which Wanda's welcome packet mentions was taken on Sunday. So if we had paid more attention to Wanda's welcome packet, let's see if that's right. Let's see if that's right. So Friday is the, oh, here we go. Look at this. Friday is the cookout. And then Sunday, Lakeside Living magazine will be interviewing the Renstats for an online article, Your Chance to See a Big Media Production. So we did read that, but we didn't connect it with this article, which I just assumed was from before the murder. But no, it's from after the murder. So he took the murder weapon with him and just popped it right here. That's pretty cool. I wish I had picked that up. That's a pretty subtle little clue. Okay, let's do our normal thing. Let's take a 5-minute break here. When we come back, we'll talk about this case. I'll see you in 5 minutes. So let me give my quick little spoiler-free review of Lakeside Slaughter, which we've just finished playing for the last 4 hours. And then we'll have a longer spoiler-filled discussion. There's a lot to like here. I do think that this is a good case. It's not quite of the quality of my favorite standalone small hunter-killer boxes like Wealth of Murder and Game Night, and the Vineyard one. I forget which one that's called. We did figure this out. I do like the plot, the solution, the story, the setting. I like almost all of it. I do think there were some misses here with some of the evidence. Some of the evidence is great, and some of the stuff here is too convoluted and weird and sort of missing context, which makes it hard to put it all together. I do think it's very likely that you could get this one right, but miss pieces that feel a little bit ridiculous. And maybe this would have benefited from a little more editing to clean up a little bit. I think there were some red herrings here that go beyond what a red herring should do and make things unnecessarily convoluted. But still, I like it. I like it better than the Boardwalk and some of the other cases. Interesting use of ciphers here. Probably a better use of ciphers than most of the hunter-killers in that it's sort of painless, but I do think a little bit disappointing in terms of what it could have been, in terms of there could have been a nicer wrap up and a better explanation for some of the pieces of evidence and where they came from. Good, but not great. All right. Now we're going to have a little spoiler discussion with the group that's played this, although only a couple people have managed to stay awake till 4 a.m. to play with me. I do want to read something. This is spoilers now. I did love this little prop. I think this is one of my favorite props in hunter-killer stuff. I think they would have been better advised to sort of have this maybe be the only or the highlight item in there. I think probably from a storytelling perspective, because it's so critical and it would be so easy for people to miss it, it might have been interesting if the only thing in this box were these two things. Then players would really be like, this is the key. and we need to figure out why it's the key, and then maybe they would. Now, I already had guessed that this is what we were going to find, that this was the motive, so I knew to mess with that, but I'm not sure everyone will. I think the weakest part of this case, I liked a lot of this. I like the setup, I like the psychology. The weakest part of this case, the most confusing red herring part, was this. These were total red herrings that seemed to be so involved. It seemed like it was important. The handwriting matching was iffy, and it was very hard to make sense of what these are. Even when we know the answer and we read the more detailed answer, it's still hard to fit this into the case. Like, why is PJ doing these threats? Why does he know about these different things going on? Why is he warning? Who is he warning? What's the purpose? I just feel like that was a real mess. And really weird to have this not point to our killer. It's sort of like they went overboard with red herrings. This is a little bit of a skill as a writer. Like, if you write a novel, if you write a mystery novel and 95% of it is red herring and 5% of it is clues towards the killer, that might work in terms of a fair mystery, but it's off-putting to the player. And I think this part is off-putting. Like, it can't be fully reconciled. You just have to convince yourself, as we did, that, all right, it doesn't really make full sense. I can't really reconcile it all, but I've already figured out through more focused means who the killer is. So I just have to say this is not important. I don't like that. And the way these hunt-to-killer games end without any questions means you really don't have to solve any of it other than identifying the killer. You don't even have to have noticed the false label on the medicine box. Now, I do want... So that's that. Then the fact that there were a couple times when we got evidence and we weren't really sure where it came from. And this one, in fairness to the game, there was a tiny little subtle note that this was taken after the murder. But another example of where they're really not, they're doing it, they're unnecessarily making things complicated that don't need to be. Another great example of that was in the, of course it's gone now, in the photos from the security camera. No dates on them. There's no reason those shouldn't have dates. In fact, I do want to bring it up because I don't know why this has to be so hard. Why are these mobile things so bad? I really despise these mobile devices. I really do. So come on, guys. It's just annoying, isn't it? Oh. Not the game's fault, it's the world's fault that these mobile devices are so painful to use. But now you look at these photos, there is no reason we're having to guess about the dates. And this one is insane. We've got a Friday, and then a Friday at 11, and then a Friday at 13:49. And then all of a sudden we've got a Sunday at 9 a.m. So I guess correctly intuited that this was Sunday after. Why his cameras are still running 3 days after his wife died, that seems bizarre. And then this camera, which camera 2 captured this guy outside at 10:42 p.m. We think the night of the murder, but you don't even know if it's the night of the murder because we're told they're there for 3 weeks. Why there's no dates here, it's just bizarre. But let me show you something that is another example of making this thing way over convoluted. So here is our guy in the white striped hat. Okay. Now, if we look at the other camera and we see the guy taking the photo again in his white striped hat. So he's taking his photo on Thursday morning before the murder, and then he's outside the house on the night of the murder. Okay. And then we did something that I was very proud of. I said, oh my God, I've caught him. I've caught Zachary. There is Zachary with the white hat with the special red brim around the edge and the brim there. Okay. So we say we know it's Zachary taking the photos, and we know it's Zachary at the night of the murder, if that is the right day. And then we remember, wait a second, the photo, which we can clearly see, this is exactly the photo. Like, it's a little hard to see, but there's the bedspread with the white and the green. We can see that that is the photo that he's taking right here. There's the bed with the white. And yet, these photos are on Justin's desk. Weird. So that's when we think, okay, Zachary is taking photos for Justin. That's a little weird. Now let me show you what the game's explanation for this is, because it's kind of shocking. I think this is probably my biggest complaint about this game. Let me show you how the game explains this. The decoded note shares that Justin has been snooping around Wanda's property. The photos that Ryan took from Justin's desk corroborate this claim. In Justin's photo, Justin is seen wearing a white hat with a red band as he takes pictures. You'll see this image from a different angle in one of the security photos, as well as another image of a figure wearing that same hat as they stand outside shortly before the time of the murder. Now it's saying it was Justin wearing that hat taking the photos. How can that be? I'll show you what they say. A photo of the Renstats entryway in that article also shows they own the same white hat as Justin. That's no good. That's no good. You cannot have a case where you've got this very subtle clue that the players can find of zooming in and noticing a weird hat with a red rim around the center and then a red rim around the brim, and then make it very tricky for them to notice that one of their suspects has that hat with the same chin guard, and then at the end say, oh, you probably thought it was him. You're wrong, because unbeknownst to you, and without ever you seeing anything about it, the real person who took the photos had an identical hat. No, you can't do that. You absolutely cannot write a case like that. You absolutely cannot write a case like that. Now, if you wanted to lure people, to trick people into misidentifying a suspect, misidentifying who took the photos, you could do it with that white hat with the red brim. But you'd have to also let players be able to see that Justin also had such a hat. You'd have to have like an ad for the hat store at the lake house, and their most popular hat is this white red-rimmed hat that everyone buys. Or you'd have to also have a photo of Justin and his house where he had such a white hat. But you cannot give the players only evidence, subtle evidence, that they would be really lucky and clever to spot that Zachary has this hat, and then turn around and pull the rug out from under them and say, oh, guess what? Justin also had this hat. It's also a total miss because the fact that we assumed it was Zachary taking the photos and Zachary in those security cameras didn't break anything. We just assumed that Zachary must have delivered the photos to Justin. That's a very odd, weird, convoluted, overly complicated nothingness. So I don't understand why that wasn't picked up. I mean, it's something that you might write while you're writing a mystery, but then the editor has to come back and say, no. That's totally unnecessary, doesn't make sense, implausible, and adds nothing. So, an imperfect case, but still one with some very cool stuff, and one that can be solved. And I also think the epilogue tone was a little off. Like the writing from Ryan at the end, he's like, hey, life's great. Sure, my wife got brutally murdered last month, but I'm going to take some time off and enjoy life. It's a little weird tone there. I do think that once again, we see how this solution system of Hunt-A-Killer is completely insane. It is insane that you are forced to use the internet to discover a couple clues, and then you don't use the internet to answer final questions. That makes no sense. Someone at Hunt-A-Killer needs to hold a meeting and say, we got to stop this. If we want it to be totally internet free, then we can stick with an envelope you open when you think you know the solution. But if we're going to require the internet, then there is no excuse for not having questions. Like every other mystery game on the planet that uses the internet, you have to answer final questions. You can answer a couple questions, and then if you're not right, you don't get to open the envelope. There is no excuse for this. Totally insane. All right. A little bit work needed still on Hunt-A-Killer's part, but not bad. Really not bad. And the overall ideas here were quite good. And I do like this as a plot, that this guy was drugging his wife to keep her inheritance. I am curious. Some of these cases I'm not so curious about, but this is a case where I am absolutely curious to hear how other groups did. When did you figure out what the real motive was? The benefit to these badly written red herring stuff is I think you'd have a hard time being confident that anyone else did it other than Zachary. But I could see struggling with the theory of Zachary. And I'm also very curious how many groups did not figure out that pill bottle. I think the game would have been well advised to nudge players a little bit more about that pill bottle. But I was suspicious right away. They did do a good job of underlining this weird fatigue that Riley had. Like, they did emphasize it enough to make it fishy. All right, any thoughts from the audience? Time to wake up and add your thoughts. Isara has been writing a bit about her thoughts. Not bad at all. I wish comparing handwriting wasn't part of the problem. I like comparing handwriting, but when it is involved, I like to see it be much clearer. I don't know why this one wasn't so made clearer. Feels like we were tracking a hat for this case. Any other thoughts from the audience? I can't wait. Are we ever going to get comments? I think, you know, from my standpoint, Greg loves, the favorite thing I ever said to Greg is, what does it get me? When we were talking about, Greg was asking me if I was sure about something before he looked it up. And he said, but he was about to look at it. He says, are you sure? And I said, what does it get me that I'm sure? And he loves that. I love it too. It's a nice thing. But the point of it is saying, the point of that is that lots of people on YouTube are interested in getting more subscribers and more views. And the thing that I ask myself is, what does it get me? What does it get me to have more subscribers and more views? There's no ads on this channel. There's no money. I mean, it's not true. There is Patreon money that comes in, which I am super grateful for. So I guess more subscribers, more viewers would end up being more Patreon support money. That's okay. I'm not trying to make this my job. But, and there are benefits from having a limited audience for these playthroughs. I mean, you could imagine if this was a big channel and 100 people tried to join in for the playthroughs, it wouldn't work. There'd be just too many people talking. And with 100 people, there'd always be someone that figured this stuff out way before me. So it's probably for the best to have small audience. However, probably if I had my druthers, it would be nice to have a nice small audience for the live streams. But one of the things that would come from a bigger audience is more comments from people who played the games independently and are just looking for someone to share their thoughts about the game with. That's what makes a site like Board Game Geek nice. That's just a long way of saying I would really be curious to hear what other people who have played Lakeside Slaughter thought of it, where they got stuck, if they think my criticisms are valid or invalid, if they found that false label on the pillbox, and if and when they figured out the motive and killer. Because I do feel like I figured that out pretty early. But maybe that's not based on evidence, but based on having a suspicious mind. Okay, that was my way of killing some time while waiting for anyone to wake up from their REM sleep and add comments, and I got one. And it's Derek doing his normal thing after 4.5 hours of asking what we're playing next. Will there be another undecided mystery game next week? At least Derek has offered a 1/2 sentence comment on the current game before asking about next one. I don't know. I'll probably do. I'll try to do some more of these late night last minute streams. Although you can see that if no one's joining me for it, it is odd. to want more of them. But maybe Derek just doesn't enjoy commenting, but it does enjoy having them on in the background. Someone needs to make a little web page collecting all the best channels to fall asleep to if you have insomnia. I've got two favorites to recommend to you. One is Watch It for Days, the Columbo woman who discusses Columbo episodes longer than the actual episode. And the other one is this cognitive scientist who talks about his insane theory of consciousness, which is totally wacko. But it's this guy, Don Hoffman. It's totally ridiculous. It's totally pseudoscience, but he talks in such a weird way that it's great if you have insomnia. All right, more than you needed to know. Thanks for joining me. If you've played this game, leave your comments below. I'd love to read them, and I'll see you next time. I'll see some of you on Sunday for our Dear Holmes final letter of clues. We might even have some live streaming between now and then. No promises, but we'll see. And I'll see you next time.